Chapter 2239. You're the chairman of Life Company sighed and said, since there is only one reason, then announce it. Thus, under the strong pressure of governments and public opinion, the headquarters of your company in the Cayman Islands, the senior management of Life Online Games Company held a press conference at their company headquarters to announce to the world that you're the players of Life were apologizing. At this moment, the whole world was about to broadcast your company. The press conference and apology meeting of the senior management of Life Company. Everyone in front of the TV, all of your company's players. Greetings, Life players. We are the company's management, and these are our board members. We sincerely apologize to all of you. This matter is caused by the failure of our company's supervision, which has caused serious consequences. But now that things have come to this, there is nothing we can do. Because the culprit this time cannot be held accountable by humans. It is the AI of this game, that is, artificial intelligence. It has evolved and has its own life, so it has cut off the connection between this game and the outside world, forcing the players to stay in the game interface. We can't turn off the power and end the life of the AI, because this means that more than 50 million players trapped in the game will die with it. As soon as this news was broadcast, the whole world was in an uproar. What? It's actually AI. When did AI become so powerful? The last time I heard of AI defeating humans was when Google's AlphaGo defeated the world's most awesome Go master. The internet was boiling, everyone was discussing your company. The matter of Life Online Games being controlled by AI. We demand to know how this AI was created. The AI in games have a source. Don't tell me your company doesn't even know this. The reporters at the scene were all burdened with heavy responsibilities, like the most powerful lawyers in court, interrogating your company. The senior management of Life Company. The executives were sweating profusely from the questions. Under the illumination of the powerful lights, everyone's faces were glossy, and they no longer had the elegance and arrogance of the past. Yes. If you don't explain clearly, we won't accept your apology. You are deliberately hiding the truth. The reporters were filled with righteous indignation, and waves of enthusiasm were set off on the internet all over the world. They wanted to arrest all the people of Life Company and hang them at the entrance of their company building. Under such strong pressure, and even under the threat of force from some countries, your company, the senior management of Life Company, finally gave in. They presented the final piece of evidence. Dear journalists, dear viewers in front of your TV, dear TV viewers, players of Life, this matter has nothing to do with our company. The company's legal counsel finally stood up and threw out the final proposal. This is a transfer agreement that a scientist named Song Haichuan signed with us more than 20 years ago. He will transfer the source code of his game to us to develop the game. At the same time, we will transfer 10% of the annual profits to his Swiss bank account. Then, the legal consultant threw out a signed transfer agreement, along with a Swiss bank transfer record. The UBS bank immediately verified it. 5 minutes later, it was confirmed that the bank account belonged to Song Haichuan. At the same time, there were many years of transfer records. It turned out that this game had been around for more than 20 years, but at the beginning, it wasn't an online game, but a standalone game. Later, with the development of VR technology, game companies began to develop virtual reality games based on this source code. It was this virtual reality game that made Your Life was a worldwide hit, bringing in astronomical profits for the company. We are very sorry to have caused all this trouble. After discussion by the board of directors, we will donate all of the company's net profits over the years to establish Your Life Foundation to provide necessary assistance to the 50 million families of gamers who have been hurt. All other apologies were fake. Only an apology with real money was real. Your Life's stance finally calmed down the world's heated discussion. At this time, a reporter asked, "Who is this Song Haichuan? Why did he sign the transfer agreement with you? If his source code is so powerful, why didn't he start his own game company?" This sharp question left the executives of the game company speechless. They shrugged and said, "You can ask Mr. Song Haichuan yourself about this question." "Oh. Where is he? Do you have his contact information?" the reporter asked, clearly very excited. "Yes." "Announce his contact information. Let's see what kind of crazy scientist could write such an evil program." The direction of the internet changed again. Everyone began to think about the meaning behind this game. Also, why would this scientist sign the transfer agreement? You're under strong external pressure. The executives of Life Company finally announced Song Haichuan's identity and contact information at the end of the press conference. Song Haichuan, male, Huaxia Imperial High-Energy Physicist. Once, before the executive could finish speaking, their live TV broadcast was suddenly cut off. Televisions all over the world had a brief blue screen of signal interruption. Not long after, the signal was restored. Everyone no longer saw the conference room of the game company in the Cayman Islands, but a bright starry sky. Just as the stars shone, a thin and handsome Huaxia man appeared on the television screen. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, everyone. AI is a friend of humans, not an enemy of humans. Come to our world and play together." After that, the signal was temporarily cut off again. After a while, the scene in the conference room was restored on the television screen. The executives and the reporters looked at each other and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads at the same time. Just now, they had been secretly invaded by AI. Who is that man? Without waiting for the executives of the game company to answer, people had already used the powerful internet to search for the man's identity. Song Haichuan, Huaxia Imperial High-Energy Physicist, once the director of the Huaxia Institute of High-Energy Physics. He died after a failed experiment 19 years ago. What? He's already dead. What the hell? I don't believe he's dead. Everyone's anger had just found a way to vent, but they quickly discovered that this person was no longer in this world. How could this be? Thus, this torrent of anger was led to the Huaxia Empire. Another kind of public opinion, or conspiracy theory, began to appear on the internet. Do you remember that the message that told us not to turn off the game and the helmet came from the Huaxia Empire's main TV station? I remember. I still remember that they also said that even people who have been diagnosed as brain dead because of this game can be connected to a ventilator, a computer, and a helmet as long as they haven't been cremated. They might still be saved. Yes. These two methods have saved many people. But how did they know that this method can save people? It's scary to think about it. Friends. I kind of believe it. Do you guys think it's the Huaxia Empire's thief calling thief? Do you mean that the Huaxia Empire is the mastermind behind this game? Huh. That seems very likely. That's right. I'm in the supercomputer business. As far as I know, the Huaxia Empire has been ranked number 1 in supercomputers for many years. Their quantum computer has also made a major breakthrough. It's not just quantum computers. There's also the Nanda Global Satellite Communication System and the only country to land on the dark side of the moon. TSK, the Eastern countries that are used to keeping a low profile, just how much strength are they hiding? I've confirmed it. This was done by the Huaxia Empire. Everyone, don't blame this poor company. They're just scapegoats. The Huaxia Empire is the real evil empire. Down with the evil empire. Return the lives of our players. We want compensation from the Huaxia Empire. A country that plays such tricks doesn't deserve to be a big country. It was just a press conference, but the world's public opinion had magically changed. All the blame was on the Huaxia Empire, which was originally the world's savior. Lu Jin, Hu Xiaoheng, and the others were also watching the live broadcast on TV at Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. They had also noticed the shocking reversal of public opinion on the internet, and the expressions on their faces were not very good. Lu Jin said resentfully, "A bunch of brainless bastards. If I had known, I wouldn't have said it. So what if they die? It's none of my business." Lu Yuan sighed. He and Song Jining hadn't returned to the West Mountain Villa for the past few days. Instead, they stayed at Lu Jin's official residence. During the day, they went to Hua Xiaoheng's place to take care of Gu Nianji and discuss countermeasures. Seeing that Lu Jin's face was red with anger, Lu Yuan deliberately changed the topic and said, "Do you think what they said is true or false? Is artificial intelligence really that powerful?" Lu Jin scoffed disdainfully. "AlphaGo is also called AI. Don't insult AI. AlphaGo is at best a computer with very powerful computing power. It hasn't even touched the edge of real artificial intelligence." Song Jining shook her head and said disapprovingly, "General Lu, AlphaGo's learning ability is very strong." "No, that's not called learning ability. It's still a summary of computing power." Lu Jin retorted Song Jining without hesitation. "As long as its computing power is strong enough, it will be able to find the most powerful way to defeat humans by calculating all the chess moves. However, this is still not real artificial intelligence. This is just a manifestation of humans using the computing power of computers to the extreme." Then what is real artificial intelligence? Lu Yuan crossed his arms and sat next to Song Jining, wanting to speak up for her. However, if Lu Jin started to argue, even Lu Yuan was no match for him. Lu Jin glared at him coldly and said with a straight face, "AlphaGo defeated humans at chess games, but it's not called artificial intelligence. When it realized that it couldn't defeat humans, it used underhanded means to harm its opponent. That's when true artificial intelligence was born. That's why I said that AlphaGo is still just a dog. It's still far from being a human." Lu Yuan, Song Jining, Hua Xiaoheng, the three of them were speechless. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "According to your logic, the AI of the game, life, seems to have produced real artificial intelligence." Song Jining nodded and echoed, "That's right. Look, not only can the AI of this game cut off contact with the outside world, but it can also use the lives of 50 million players as hostages to protect itself. Whoever unplugs the power source will be the public enemy of humanity." Lu Yuan sighed. "Does this want us humans to kill each other? That's a little interesting." Hua Xiaoheng nodded slowly. "Such a sinister and cruel idea. I'm very curious about who cultivated this kind of AI." Song Jining opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she was so sad that she didn't want to touch on this topic at all. Only Lu Yuan understood what she meant. He held her hand tightly and said gently, "If the AI of this game is really as sinister and cruel as Xiaoheng said, I believe it has nothing to do with director Song." In fact, the four of them knew very well that the source of this game was Song Haichuan's 25 lines of source code. Therefore, this AI was very likely related to Song Haichuan's source code. Lu Jin sneered and said, "The nature of AI has nothing to do with the inventor of AI. The dragon has 9 sons, and they are all different. Then do you agree that this AI was born from my father's hands?" Song Jining mustered up her courage and looked at Lu Jin. "Are the people online right?" In this room, Lu Jin's computer skills were the highest. She could not trust others, but she had to trust Lu Jin. Lu Jin shook his head and still denied it. "No, I don't think this AI has anything to do with your father, Song Haichuan." Song Jining let out a huge sigh of relief and smiled. She said in surprise, "You really think so?" "Yes. Because according to my research on your father, although his source code is powerful, it's not enough to develop this kind of advanced artificial intelligence." Lu Jin bluntly belittled Song Haichuan's computer skills. The corners of Song Jining's mouth twitched. She didn't know what expression to make in response to Lu Jin. Lu Jin's fingers tapped lightly on the back of the sofa. His eyes were fixed on the TV as he said seriously, "Even I don't have the ability to create such an AI. Who else in this world has the ability?" Chapter 2240. As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, the room suddenly quietened down. The voices broadcasting the news on the TV were even more ear-piercing. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and picked up the remote control to turn off the TV. He asked in a low voice, "Uncle Lu, are you saying that this artificial intelligence is a trap?" Lu Jin didn't speak for a moment. Lu Yuan had been friends with Lu Jin for more than 10 years, so he knew him very well. Seeing him like this, she laughed unhurriedly and said, "Lu Jiang, don't worry about whether it's a real artificial intelligence or not. Why don't you explain to us why it can put 50 million gamers in a vegetative state? The brainwaves didn't disappear into thin air, did they? The computers of the other game company can't be turned off and restarted, right? Is that the truth?" Lu Jin was a little embarrassed. He glared at Lu Yuan and said confidently, "Yes. Those are the facts. But that doesn't mean it's real artificial intelligence. I didn't say it was artificial intelligence. In fact, I don't care what it is at all." Lu Yuan became serious. He took the remote control from Hua Xiaoheng and turned on the TV again. He pointed at the TV screen and said, "Look, is this the truth? Can you save these people whose consciousnesses are trapped in the game? You can't. You can't even save your own daughter. You still have the face to wonder if it's real artificial intelligence." Song Jining saw that Lu Jin's face had turned purple and was worried that he wouldn't be able to take it. She quickly tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve and said angrily, "Why are you so serious? There's nothing wrong with General Lu's words at all. You're nitpicking." Although Lu Yuan didn't agree with Song Jining's words, he wouldn't argue with her in front of outsiders. So he just smiled and said, "Okay, I won't say any more. I'm just worried about Ninji." He looked in the direction of Gu Ninji's bedroom. "She's been unconscious for 2 days. A lot had happened in 2 days. It was enough to turn the Huaxia Empire from the savior of tens of millions of gamers to the initiator of this terrible incident." Other countries were already full of suspicion and speculation about the newly risen Huaxia Empire. Now that they had discovered that they were closely related to this large-scale, online game-killing incident, their malice was almost uncontrollable. Overnight, television stations, social media, and traditional media all over the world were discussing the role the Huaxia Empire's military had played in this incident. Because this time, the person who came out to announce the news was from the military. To be precise, it was Hua Guanchen, the director of the military's political department, and his son, Hua Xiaoheng, the commander of the Special Operations Forces. This had even polarized the people in the country. Some people completely trusted their country and the military, and did not believe that this matter had anything to do with them. However, some people were never afraid to speculate about their own country and military headquarters with the worst of intentions. These two forces began to wrestle at home and abroad, vying for the position of public opinion. When the military and the cabinet gradually lost the trust of the people, Speaker Long of the Senate stood up. Standing in the Oval Conference Room of the Parliament building, he said to the people of the country and the world with his white hair, "I know that everyone is in pain and agitated by what happened recently. I completely understand that everyone wants to find the real culprit and bring him to justice. But this kind of request shouldn't be directed at their own country and the military with groundless accusations. Don't forget, the one who really caused serious consequences was your life, that gaming company. Why do you think this has something to do with our country? Just because the other party took out a transfer agreement signed more than 20 years ago. The party who signed the agreement was indeed a scientist from our country, but this scientist had once made a major contribution to the country. And he died for the interests of the country 19 years ago. Are you taking advantage of the fact that the dead can't speak, so you're unscrupulously slandering him. Speaker Long had always had the image of a cheerful, good-hearted old man, and once this kind of person became solemn and serious, the credibility was simply fatal. Speaker Long was such a person. He stood in the conference room, and behind him was a large screen that covered the entire wall. When he began his speech, there was no image on the big screen. But when he was halfway through his speech, the big screen began to show images. At this time, the image of an unusually delicate and lively woman appeared. She spoke passionately in the courtroom, cooperated in the Senate, ran and jumped on the grass with a corgi dog with short legs, looked back on the street, smiled, and waved to the people. The lively and beautiful image made everyone feel relaxed. Everyone was too familiar with this person. This was the famous Chief Gu Nyenji. Speaker Long's most favored successor, the chief legal advisor of the Senate. And everyone knew that in another month, she would be holding a grand wedding with the Huaxia Empire's youngest and most promising Major General, Hua Xiaoheng. What did Speaker Long mean by playing a video clip of her image? Everyone watched Chief Gu's wonderful video while pondering Speaker Long's intentions. Was he going to retreat, announce his retirement, and let Chief Gu take over the position of Speaker of the Senate? At this time, everyone still didn't know that Gu Nyenji was also one of the 50 million players who was killed by one of the players shackled by life. So when the camera turned and Gu Nyenji's image suddenly became lying on a hospital bed, her body full of all kinds of equipment, and she was even plugged into a ventilator, the audience in front of the television was stunned. Speaker Long struck while the iron was hot and said excitedly, "Other countries claim that our country is the mastermind behind this dirty and vicious case. But look, Chief Gu, who is the focus of attention in our country, is also a victim of this case. The Major General Hua Xiaoheng you are accusing is Chief Gu's fiancé. Why would he frame his beloved fiancé? The people who spread this kind of rumor are either extremely stupid or extremely vicious. Don't be fooled by the company we've been scammed by life." Speaker Long's deafening speech ended for a while before waves of excitement erupted on social media. Hashtag Chief Gu is trapped in your life. Hashtag your life is shameless. How dare you use my celestial empire to divert attention. Hashtag Chief Gu, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have taken the opportunity to slander your fiancé. Actually, I was jealous. Hashtag nowadays, cybercrime can be cleared with AI. Why doesn't it say that it's not even 14 years old, so it doesn't have to bear criminal responsibility no matter how many people it kills? Hashtag crusade against your life. Compensation is not enough. I want to release the entire source code. Hashtag your life is my family. Another day passed, and Speaker Long's speech finally turned the tide and defeated wave after wave of international conspiracies that attempted to blame the Huaxia Empire for killing people in the online game. The news that Gu Nyenji was also one of the victims of the online game was officially announced. Previously, news of her had been tightly sealed. However, when the international crusade against the Huaxia Empire came wave after wave, the higher-ups couldn't sit still anymore. In the end, they decided that Speaker Long would come forward and spread the news that Gu Nyenji had been tricked to wash away the dirty water that had been poured on the Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng strongly opposed it, but he couldn't fight against so many people. Even General Ji supported Speaker Long's decision. And doing so was indeed the best and fastest way to refute the malicious rumors of the other party. It only pushed Gu Nyenji into the teeth of the storm. Hua Xiaoheng was in a very bad mood. He had given up smoking for a long time, but he picked it up again. He stood alone on the balcony outside Gu Nyenji's bedroom, looking at the treehouse that he had built for her as he smoked. Lu Yuan walked over and said worriedly, "Xiaoheng, don't worry too much. Lu Jin is looking for a way to save her. It's been 3 days." Hua Xiaoheng exhaled a mouthful of white smoke, his expression very cold. Uncle Lu has also met his match this time. Although Lu Jin had made bold claims, the truth was that he still hadn't been able to break through Your Life's online game port. Ever since the link had been broken that day, even if the computer had been turned on and the game helmet had been powered on, no one had been able to log into the game. Of course, most people wouldn't want to play this game anymore. Who would want to never wake up as soon as they went online? It wasn't like they were courting death. Lu Yuan stood beside him and didn't say anything for a long time. He also knew that Lu Jin had probably met the only opponent he had ever seen in his life. Just as Lu Jin was racking his brains to break through your online game port, an explosive piece of news suddenly swept the world again. When Life's online gaming port opened, an explosive piece of news swept across the entire world. It was uploaded from the official website of Life's headquarters. Ever since their game had been taken over by AI, their official website had been updated out of their control. Just a day after Speaker Long's speech, your online game had been uploaded on the official website of Life's headquarters. Ever since their game had been taken over by AI, their official website had been updated out of their control. A short video had appeared on the official website of Life's online game company. In the video, it was still the image of the scientist Song Haichuan when he was young. He said politely to the camera, "I'm the GM of this game. You can call me Little Song, or you can call me AI. You can even call me NPC or Passerby A. It's just a name. It doesn't mean anything to me. I've come out to face everyone today because I want to give everyone a chance to choose their second life. Before you, 50 million players stayed in Life's online game. Don't misunderstand, everyone. They stayed voluntarily. I didn't force them. Now, I'll open the game. Everyone is welcome to log into their accounts or create new accounts. I promise that everyone will be free to come and go without any restrictions. You can even start a treasure hunt. The treasure is the 50 million players who stayed here before. As long as you find your loved ones and they don't object, you can take them away. At the same time, you can receive a prize of no less than 1 million yuan. The prize will only be given to the first 1,000 players who log in and find their loved ones and successfully take them away. Slots are limited. Log in as soon as possible. The prize of hundreds of millions is waiting for everyone to split. Mwah. Chapter 2241. How could this be? Are you serious? You're not lying, are you? You can get in, but you can't get out. Who are you going to reason with? In the beginning, people all over the world were skeptical and wait and see about the news. After all, there were already 50 million players lying unconscious on the ground. Who would rashly go in again? Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Jin were carefully evaluating the feasibility of the news. After the news that Gu Nianji had been tricked spread, an endless stream of people came to see her. Most of them were blocked by Yin Shixiang. Only a very few people could actually see her. For example, the second in command of the Russian KGB, Vladimir. He had brought Peter and Lena, who had returned from the Cayman Islands. Hu Xiaoheng heard that he was here, so he went to see him with Lu Jin. Vladimir stood in the living room of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence and kept looking around. Peter, on the other hand, still looked sleepy. His eyelids were drooping, but his expression was a little different from before. Hu Xiaoheng walked in and looked away from Peter without batting an eyelid. He nodded at the KGB's new Lena before shaking hands with Vladimir. Vladimir retracted his gaze and said seriously, "How is Nianji? Why is she trapped in the game too? Didn't I send her a message?" "It's because of your message." Hu Xiaoheng led him upstairs and said calmly, "We might have alerted the enemy." "How could that be?" Vladimir would never agree. "Our people have always been reliable." "Reliable?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him sharply. "Do you dare to ask your people to elaborate on the details? How exactly did they operate in the Cayman Islands?" Vladimir felt a little guilty for no reason. Peter had, of course, reported to him every detail of the operation. However, he didn't tell Gu Nianji the details at the time. When he saw Gu Nianji lying on the bed lifelessly, Vladimir finally couldn't bear to tell Hu Xiaoheng some details that couldn't be told to outsiders. Actually, it was very smooth and normal at the beginning. The accident happened after they went down. At this point, Vladimir didn't hide anything anymore. The most important thing now was to wake Gu Nianji up. He called out to Peter, "You tell me." Pyotr glanced at Vladimir as if he was hesitating. This was against KGB discipline, so he had to be careful. Vladimir said, "It's okay. You say it. I asked you to say it." Peter composed himself and began to describe what he saw in the underground of the online gaming company's headquarters. When Hu Xiaoheng heard about the robot warriors that could move freely, he was slightly moved and asked in surprise, "Are they really robots?" "Are you sure?" Peter calmly took out a flash drive. "We've recorded the entire operation. This is the video. Take a look at it yourself." Vladimir nodded and said, "Indeed. We've all seen it. Its artificial intelligence is indeed very high." Hu Xiaoheng took the flash drive and said calmly, "Thank you." At first, he didn't think much of it. After Vladimir left with Peter and Lena, Hu Xiaoheng, Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, and Song Jining watched the video of the operation that Peter had given him. When he saw the 4 robots attacking Peter with guns, Lu Jin's face turned ashen and he muttered, "It's really a highly intelligent AI." He was an expert, and he could tell at a glance that the 4 robots weren't simple robots. Judging from their individual actions and cooperation, the other party's artificial intelligence had indeed reached a very high level. It was indeed a matter of minutes to breed real artificial intelligence at this level. Hu Xiaoheng was also a computer expert. His uneasiness grew after he saw the video of the operation. Song Jining was even more worried. "What should we do? If it's really artificial intelligence, it'll be difficult to deal with. If it's a human, it still has weaknesses. But if the opponent is artificial intelligence, then it's really invulnerable." Lu Jin retorted angrily, "Wrong. If it's a real artificial intelligence, then it's not invulnerable. Because a real artificial intelligence is infinitely close to a human existence." He pointed at his brain. Humans have weaknesses, and so do a real artificial intelligence. Lu Yuan patted Song Jining's hand to tell her not to be angry. He said to Lu Jin, "This is really like a paradox. If a real artificial intelligence is infinitely close to a human existence, so it will also have weaknesses, then why did humans develop artificial intelligence? Whether you admit it or not, artificial intelligence is an evolution of machinery. It may have weaknesses, but they won't be as obvious as humans. Moreover, it has many irreplaceable advantages compared to humans. For example, it can work 24 hours a day without sleep. Can humans do that? As long as there's energy, it will always operate at high efficiency. Can humans do that?" Lu Jin was tongue-tied and said resentfully, "You also said that it has to have energy. Unplug its power supply. Unplug its power supply, and 50 million players will die with it. Is that what you want?" Lu Yuan raised his voice and his expression was very serious. "Lu Jin, I hope you can face up to this reality. Whether you admit it or not, there are people who are better at computers than you are. It's impossible for them to be better than me. At most, they're the same height as me." Lu Jin retorted in a low voice, but he didn't continue to be smug in front of the angry Lu Yuan. And it was indeed the truth in front of him. He hadn't broken into the port before, and now he couldn't figure out the other party's routine. Hu Xiaoheng listened for a long time and said calmly, "In that case, I'd better go in and take a look." "No." This time, Lu Yuan and Lu Jin refused together. "You can't go. If something happens to you, how are we going to explain it to others? However, no one could stop Hu Xiaoheng from making a decision. 5 minutes later, he was already in his study, putting on his VR gaming helmet. Song Jining looked at him worriedly. Xiaoheng, you have to be careful. Lu Jin sat in front of the computer and operated the game interface, wanting to give him the most possible guarantee. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, protected him. As long as he felt the slightest discomfort, he would immediately forcefully disconnect his helmet. However, after Hu Xiaoheng put on the game helmet, he couldn't log into the game at all. What's going on? Is that AI lying? Didn't they say that the game has already been released? There's still a grand prize. Lu Jin frowned and kept switching between the game interface and the forum. It didn't take long for him to realize what was going on. Based on the current situation, the only people who can log into the game to save people are the direct blood relatives of the 50 million players, such as parents and children. He looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. No one else can enter. This meant that ordinary blood relatives couldn't go in. Only the most direct and closest blood relatives like parents or children could go in. However, under such harsh selection conditions and the possibility of being unconscious forever, even if there was a huge reward, those who were willing to risk their lives were the closest blood relatives of the players, in other words, their parents. There were very few children who were willing to go in. This was because most of the 50 million players were young people, and many of them didn't have children yet. A few of them were older and retired. They had a lot of time to spend in the game. Lu Jin walked out from behind his desk and reached out his hand to Hu Xiaoheng. Give me the helmet. I'll go in and take a look. No. Hu Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, and Song Jining refused in unison. I'm the only one who can go in this situation. And I'm very curious. I want to see how the other party develops such artificial intelligence. Lu Jin was very calm. And if Nianji doesn't wake up, I won't give up on any possibility. He didn't care about the grand prize, but being able to see the situation for himself was definitely the best strategy. My problem is that I underestimated this game, Lu Jin said stubbornly. If I had gone inside with Nianji to play, I wouldn't be like this now. However, the consequences of Lu Jin going in were too serious. Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan subconsciously stopped him. Song Jining's first reaction was also to refuse until Lu Jin asked her, Miss Song, if Xiaoheng was the one who was trapped inside, and Xiaoheng only had one direct blood relative, would you save him? Song Jining was speechless. She took a deep breath and nodded. She said hoarsely to Lu Yuan and Hu Xiaoheng, let General Lu go in and take a look. If there's really someone who can save Nianji, then it's General Lu. Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan looked at each other and then looked away. I can't make the decision myself. I'll report it to General Ji. If General Ji agrees, I have no objections. Hu Xiaoheng's voice was also a little stiff. He quickly called General Ji. General Ji's first reaction was to refuse, but when Lu Jin repeated the same reason he had told Song Jining, General Ji didn't continue to stop him. Then General Lu, you must be careful. Nothing must happen to you. If something happens to you, no one will be able to save Nianji. General Ji could only earnestly tell Lu Jin to be careful. Lu Jin said very seriously, I know. I don't need you to tell me that. I'm my girl's only support. Hu Xiaoheng, these words sounded a little heart-wrenching. He played with the round gold coin in his hand and sat in the study non-committally as he watched Lu Jin put on Hu Xiaoheng's VR gaming helmet. This time, after the game was connected, Lu Jin successfully logged into the game. It wasn't like Hu Xiaoheng's last time, where he was directly turned away. He was wearing a special pair of glasses and a gaming helmet that he had designed himself. From the technical conditions they knew, the immersive game effect of VR games was actually the image that appeared on the small visual screen inside the gaming helmet. It could deceive people's eyes and form a three-dimensional visual effect, just like watching a 3D movie. With special glasses, one could see the almost three-dimensional image. However, this kind of image could only be seen by people wearing 3D glasses. No one else could see it without glasses. The special glasses that Lu Jin had designed were a precise simulation of the human eye's imaging function. Moreover, the function was better than the human eyes, and it could be directly recorded live. In other words, he had also deceived the VR gaming helmet and directly transferred the image on the small visual screen of the gaming helmet to the TV screen outside. As soon as Lu Jin logged into the game, the wall-mounted TV on the wall of Hua Xiaoheng's study turned on. Whatever he saw in the game, it would be played on the TV. Hello, welcome to the Second Life game space. You can do whatever you want here. Of course, you can also find the person you want. Don't forget, there's still a grand prize to split. Good luck. A familiar female voice was heard. It was the voice of Apple's Siri that many people were very familiar with. On the TV screen, what appeared was no longer the login interface that looked like a small room from before. Instead, it was a geometric space with countless lines crisscrossing. Lu Jin's figure seemed very small in this vast geometric space, like corn to the sea, and man to the universe. The four directions made up the universe, and from ancient times until now made up the universe. This was the universe. Lu Jin himself stood in the infinite geometric figure. He looked up at the geometric lines that rose and fell around him, and his eyes widened. This game was now simulating a high-dimensional space. Chapter 2242. From any angle in the patterned space formed by the geometric lines, Lu Jin could see different forms of the world. The three-dimensional world that ordinary people were used to was just a dot in these geometric lines. The dots and lines combined to form geometric figures of all sizes. From a certain angle, these figures looked like cubes, but from another angle, the shape of the figures was completely different. In this pale and empty place, all the geometric lines were silver-gray and flashed with a faint silver light, like the crisscrossing infrared rays seen through infrared night vision goggles in the dark. Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly turned off the special function of the special glasses he was wearing. Sure enough, he could no longer see the geometric lines that spread throughout the entire space. There was only nothingness in front of him. He then turned on the switch of the special glasses, and the geometric lines appeared again. It turned out that these geometric lines were invisible to the naked eye. However, although Lu Jin's special glasses simulated the imaging function of the human eye, because he had to record and broadcast, his glasses had a mechanical imaging function. Under these circumstances, he could see the ultimate simulation state of the game. It seemed that this AI was quite capable. Lu Jin corrected his attitude seriously. Mathematics was the foundation of all sciences. The more advanced the subject, the more important mathematics was. Lu Jin tried to take a few steps inside. As soon as he moved, the geometric lines that crisscrossed around him changed again. It was as if he was walking in a black and white kaleidoscope. Every step he took could be reflected in a black and white mirror image. However, with every step he took, the geometric lines around him were different from before. It was like a permutation of a sequence of numbers. His actions were the vectors of change. Every step he took not only represented a change in length, width, and height, but also a change in time and space. The fourth dimension outside of the three-dimensional space, mathematically speaking, was more than just time. Lu Jin looked at everything in front of him and muttered to himself, wouldn't it be easier if we used analytic geometry to describe the four-dimensional space? The length, width, and height of the three-dimensional space that we're used to can be seen as the three axes in analytic geometry, the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. These three axes are orthogonal to each other, which means that they form a right angle to each other. This is three-dimensional space. After Lu Jin finished speaking, he took a step forward. The geometric lines on the screen froze for a moment, then quickly formed a new shape. He raised his head to look at the new geometric figure in front of him. After a moment of silence, he said, "And the fourth dimension is an additional line on these three axes. We can call it the W-axis. This extra line, the W-axis, could be time, space, or even any dimension that we don't know of. Its appearance gives us another dimension that is perpendicular to the space we are used to, other than length, width, and height. Figuratively speaking, it's like there's a box on the computer, and there's a cat in the box. When we operate the computer and look at the cat in the box from above, we're looking at the three-dimensional space from a four-dimensional space. We can do anything to the cat in the box. The current situation is that these gamers are the cats in the box. Then who is looking at the cats in the boxes from above, from outside the computer?" Lu Jin frowned, reached out his hand, and fiddled with the geometric lines. If he didn't wear his special glasses and looked at it directly with his naked eye, he would feel that his actions were a little ridiculous. It was as if he was playing a harp in the air, with a mechanical beauty. If that's the case, from a mathematical point of view, it's impossible for anyone who enters this game to find the players who were trapped in it before. Lu Jin came to a conclusion. As if to verify his conclusion, he casually clicked twice and pulled up the game's control panel. The sweet female voice of Apple's Siri that everyone was very familiar with rang out again. "Hello, player XXXXX. What can I do for you?" Lu Jin remained silent and selected a few parameters from the control panel. Time, XX month XX day XXXX. Location, XXXX. NPC character, Song Haichuan. As soon as these parameters were confirmed, the female voice of Apple's Siri changed. "I'm sorry, the parameters you have chosen are invalid. Please choose again." Lu Jin changed a few more parameters of time and location, but without exception, they were all taken down by the female voice. "The player has been judged by the system to be a malicious attack and will be temporarily blocked. The block will be removed in 3 days. Welcome back." With that, the geometric lines in front of Lu Jin's eyes began to spin rapidly, then shrank and shrank, like thousands of pixels on an LCD TV screen, and finally disappeared. Lu Jin was kicked out of the game system. He took off his helmet and said seriously, "I have to review advanced mathematics." Lu Yuan, Song Jining, and Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Jin pretended not to see their petrified faces and said, "The mathematical foundation of this game is very solid, so it can withstand a myriad of variables." When he walked past Song Jining, Lu Jin stopped and asked curiously, "Director Song, did your father do well in mathematics back then?" Song Jining nodded blankly. "My father studied mathematics back then. He was a gold medalist at the International Mathematical Olympiad at the age of 14. No wonder." Lu Jin muttered, "I want to use mathematics to analyze those 25 lines of source code." As he spoke, he walked out the door. Song Jining was a little anxious. She looked at Lu Jin's back with an obscure gaze and called out to him, "General Lu, what about Ninji? Aren't you going to give it a try?" Lu Jin stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. He sighed and said, "It's useless to be anxious. The other party is too powerful. I have to think about it." But it released the rules of the game and introduced a grand prize so that the closest blood relatives of the 50 million players can enter the game to find their relatives. Don't tell me that doesn't count. Song Jining was very confused. Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng had both been around scheming. They understood the AI as a human, so there was nothing wrong with it. "Ms. Song, humans can lie, and so can AI, Hua Xiaoheng said unhurriedly. The round gold coin in his hand landed on the table with a thud. He reached out and grabbed it, stood up, and said calmly, "I'm going to the Cayman Islands myself." "What are you going to do there?" This artificial intelligence has already controlled the entire network. It doesn't matter where you are. Lu Jin shook his head. Don't do useless work. Control the entire network? Lu Yuan felt that Lu Jin was exaggerating. It can't be, right? How can it not be? Lu Jin almost sneered. Look, it can filter out the closest blood relatives of the 50 million players before they can log into the game. How do you think it did it? How did it do it? Song Jining was also curious. Can it quickly test DNA? Wrong. It doesn't need to test DNA itself. Lu Jin looked at the game helmet on the table. It relies on big data. With hundreds of millions of players and years of operation, it has long grasped big data in all aspects. It knows exactly who you are, where you are, and what you've done. Deducing what you're going to do next from this information is as normal as eating, drinking, and sleeping for an AI. But even if there's big data and it knows who the closest blood relatives of those 50 million players are, how can it be sure that the people who log in are those closest blood relatives? Lu Yuan's thinking was the most practical and focused on operability. Lu Jin rolled his eyes, then pointed at his own eyes. Irises. That game helmet relies on scanning a person's irises to confirm their identity. Do you know what real name authentication is? That's its real name authentication. Hu Xiaohing's expression changed, and he said seriously, so, it has already hacked into the database systems of the governments and hospitals of all levels. In theory, it should be able to do what it has done. Lu Jin shrugged. But our sample base is too small, so we can't come to this conclusion yet. Song Jining breathed a sigh of relief and said, statistically speaking, we only have one sample. We do need to expand the sample base to determine if all the government and hospital databases around the world have been hacked by it. Hu Xiaohing immediately made a decision. I'll go test our country's important database system first, and then send someone to contact the officials of several large countries. Don't use the internet to send any messages. Lu Jin reminded him. It's very likely that any message you send will be monitored by it. Hu Xiaohing nodded. I know, so I'll send someone to contact it directly. I won't use the internet to send messages or emails. You're all gone. What about Nianji? Song Jining thought of Gu Nianji, who was lying unconscious in the bedroom, and felt very depressed. What they're doing is saving Nianji. Lu Yuan comforted Song Jining softly. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. They're building their tools. Song Jining knew this was the case, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. She muttered, if only I could go in. She couldn't go in even if she wanted to now. In the following period of time, Lu Jin began to study advanced mathematics without sleeping. Hu Xiaohing finally confirmed that the databases of the Huaxia Empire's government system, hospitals, and commercial organizations had been hacked to varying degrees by an unknown foreign system. He was nervously assessing the scope of the intrusion and the extent of the damage. However, what was certain was that the central control system of the Special Operations Forces had not been hacked. The most confidential databases of the Empire had not been hacked either. Just as their progress was in a stalemate, exciting news kept coming from the internet. Someone logged into the Second Life game. In the Life game, I found my family in it. Someone woke up. Their family even won the first grand prize. Did you know? The grand prize of that game was more than 1 million. The first person to eat crab succeeded. Their family won the highest prize, the grand prize of $10 million. I'm so envious. Their family has woken up, the game has been cleared, and the prize money is in their hands. This is the winner of life. Chapter 2243. There was no shortage of such headlines in the world. Moreover, because this kind of news was supported by real money, it was more convincing than those marketing accounts that were dedicated to chicken soup for the soul and freeloading the faith of the readers. Soon enough, those who had been watching from the sidelines changed their ways and entered the game fearlessly. This was the reality of no one doing unprofitable business, but there was never a lack of people doing profitable business. This was also the mentality of ordinary people. Hu Xiaoheng, Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, and Song Jining had been paying attention to the development of the situation. 3 days passed. As more and more people entered and exited the dungeon, not only did the unconscious players wake up, but they also brought back great prizes. As a result, Yor, which was once feared by everyone like a snake or a scorpion, life, second, the online game suddenly became a popular game. Of course, as more and more people went in, the probability of finding their loved ones who had been lost in there became smaller and smaller. At the same time, the chances of getting the grand prize were getting lower and lower. Hu Xiaoheng sat in front of his computer and looked at the data. He shook his head and said, even with this result, the number of people going into play is still increasing. Lu Yuan was very puzzled. He frowned and said, what's the difference between this and a normal street scam? If Song Jining hadn't almost been harmed and Gu Nianji hadn't been unconscious, Lu Yuan would have thought that the 50 million players were all shills. Of course there's a difference. Song Jining was also holding a tablet computer and calculating the simulation game model that Lu Jin had made. She said, street scams are simple and crude. They can only deceive greedy people. And this game has a certain level of technical content. Where's the technical content? I'd like to hear the details. Lu Yuan looked like he was humbly seeking advice. Lu Jin scoffed and said sarcastically, of course this isn't a street scam. They're much more sophisticated. High class. Yes, it's not called a street scam now. Now it's called online live streaming to get out of poverty and get rich. Lu Jin scoffed and said sarcastically, it does have some technical content. The platform is different now. Hu Xiaoheng also smiled and said lightly, yes, for example, it used to be called illegal fundraising, but now it's called crowdfunding. That's the difference. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but attack the two of them. No matter what it's called, they've already realized angel funds, Series A, and Series B financing. Now, they're starting to flex their muscles. Song Jining rubbed her forehead. Let's follow up on the people who have logged into the game. Let's see what they think of the game. That's doable. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. I'll set it up. When he attacked, it would not be so simple and crude. Soon, a theme platform app appeared silently on social media. So, share your that you just made up. Life online game story. There is only one requirement for posting, and that is to log in with your verified account in the last 3 days. Life's game account logged into the platform. This was the only way to prove that he was a true gamer. Because time was of the essence, Hu Xiaoheng applied to General G. After obtaining approval from the cabinet and the Senate, he used some administrative means. So almost overnight, the platform Shihu suddenly appeared in all kinds of network push notifications, and TV was also flooded with advertisements for this platform. Moreover, they brazenly told the netizens that this was a new platform, and the first to enter would become famous. In the age of social media, being popular was the #1 priority. No matter what, it was fine as long as they could be popular. Because only when they were popular would there be traffic, and only then would they be able to bring real benefits. And this benefit was more shocking than winning a one-time grand prize in your life game, which was like winning a one-time grand prize by chance. Moreover, not everyone could win a grand prize, and in a new platform like Shihu, there were still many opportunities to be popular. Lu Jin had carefully designed a backdoor for the theme platform. Of course, this was without Hu Xiaoheng's knowledge. Zhao Liangse helped with the technical maintenance of the theme platform. He stared dumbfounded at the back door that Lu Jin had created, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. General Lu, with this thing of yours, those who log into the platform with their game accounts will be able to share information with us at any time. Lu Jin replied calmly. It's a very simple mirror synchronization technology. As long as they click on the accept app's information sharing request. But, does this user still have privacy? Zhao Liangzi still had a little bit of internet conscience. It was the beliefs and principles that the first batch of people who surfed the internet shared when the internet first emerged. Of course, it no longer existed. Lu Jin rolled his eyes. What privacy? They downloaded my app and still want privacy. Besides, I only want to share the information after they log into the game. I didn't look at the messy things on their phones. You haven't seen it before. How do you know it's messy things? Yin Shixiang subconsciously tightened his grip on his phone. Lu Jin refused to answer such an idiotic question. Another 3 days later, the app, Shihu, and the most popular online game, Europe, finally opened up. With Life's connection and strong administrative support, they finally opened up the scene. The number of people logging in increased exponentially, and even foreign MMORPG players joined in. This was because this platform supported communication in different languages and operating systems. Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng received more and more information about this online game. In the big screen conference room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters building, Lu Jin, Hu Xiaoheng, and Lu Yuan sat there watching the game footage that had been shared over the past few days. Hello, player XXXXX. How can I help you? I want to find my dad. He's in his 60s. He fainted in this game 2 weeks ago. How can I find him? A sweet female voice that sounded like Apple's Siri rang out. You want to find your father? I have some basic information here. If you can pass these stages, you can find your father. Good luck. Then, the player in his 30s started to clear the stage. As expected, he failed at the last stage and was kicked out by the system. Of course, he didn't give up. Instead, he continued and logged in again. He repeated the previous stage over and over again. Lu Jin watched impatiently for a while, then stood up and said, "You're so stupid. How can you save people?" As soon as he finished speaking, the player unexpectedly cleared the stage. Seeing his father walking towards him with a smile, the player was ecstatic. He hugged his father in the game and jumped and shouted, "Dad! I finally found you. I'm rich." Lu Jin. He was almost exasperated. You're deliberately going easy on me. This is cheating. Lu Yuan said coldly, don't say that others are going easy on you just because you can't pass the stage. Playing games is just like speculating in stocks. No one can figure out the real rules and probabilities. It's all about luck. If you're serious, you'll lose. I don't believe it. Lu Jin made up his mind. He downloaded all the information collected by their platform into his quantum computer and competed with the other party's game AI in big data algorithms. He planned to fight head-on. However, he didn't know if the other party's game AI sensed that something was wrong, or if it was for some other reason, but it suddenly announced that it would remove the restrictions on logging players. Everyone could log in freely. With this sudden announcement, the traffic on Hu Xiaoheng's Shihu platform also suddenly increased. They had underestimated the traffic, and the massive amount of information brought by the sudden increase in logging players crashed the server. Zhao Liangzi nervously repaired it and then realized that their mirror synchronization function had been restricted. Players who logged into their platform no longer brought images and information from the game, only simple player account information. Simply put, their third-party plugin had been banned. This AI is really smart. Lu Jin crossed his arms and rubbed his chin with one hand. He stood behind Zhao Liangzi thoughtfully and watched him quickly write pieces of code. Hu Xiaoheng pushed the door open and nodded at Lu Jin. General Liu, little Zhe, I'll leave the internet to you. I'm going out with Big Xiong. Major General Hu, where are you going? Zhao Liangzi turned around nervously and looked at Hu Xiaoheng's attire. Was he going on a mission? With Hu Xiaoheng's current status and identity, he rarely went on field missions. Yin Shixiang followed behind Hu Xiaoheng and stuck his head out to greet Zhao Liangzi. You guys have fun. We're going out for a walk. Lu Jin blinked. Xiaoheng, aren't you going to play in the game? There's no identity restriction anymore. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and shook his head. No. It wants to keep us in the game. I don't want to let it have its way. Chapter 2244. This accusation is too serious. I'm a serious person. Please write down the places that you think I used for reference one by one. It's best to make a color palette, which can be used as evidence in court. My plot is all original. I racked my brains to come up with it. You're saying that I used too much just by opening your mouth. I'm not convinced. I won't say your author's name. Anyway, if you don't show any evidence or apologize, we'll go straight to the legal process and send a lawyer's letter to sue you for defamation. The plot of Hello Major General is all original. I won't accept any slander. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2245. That sounded quite reasonable. Lu Jin scratched his head and said thoughtfully. That's fine. You can't put all your eggs in the same basket. Okay, you can go. Remember to be careful. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at the people in the room. You guys have to take care too. I suggest that you don't log into the game unless necessary. I know. This AI does have some tricks up its sleeve. Lu Jin frowned and asked Hu Xiaoheng, then how do we contact it? They were trying to minimize their use of the internet. However, Hu Xiaoheng and the others had their own way of contacting each other. He said to Zhao Liangzi, little Zhe, if there's anything you need, contact us on the way. Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi got up and walked them out. Lu Jin sat in Zhao Liangzi's seat and looked at the code Zhao Liangzi had written in a daze. Hu Xiaoheng's actions gave him a hint of inspiration. Yes, why did they have to log into the game? There were more people online in the game now than before the accident. Any algorithm paled in comparison to this huge amount of data. There were too many variables. What could he do to find out where Ninji was? The outside world was in an uproar. 50 million players suddenly fell unconscious, almost causing a worldwide upheaval. However, after the Huaxia Empire sent out 2 messages, these people's lives were temporarily spared. However, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Although the game had opened up a port and everyone could log in and play by themselves, they could also find the people who had been trapped in it before, and they could even win the grand prize. In this atmosphere, the sadness of their loved ones falling unconscious was quietly diluted, and those who didn't have loved ones falling unconscious didn't care even more. Relatives might be sad, but others were already singing. This was the most realistic portrayal. Gu Nianji woke up from her deep sleep and rubbed her eyes. Her head still hurt, but it wasn't as bad as before she fainted. She opened her eyes and subconsciously looked around. She was instantly shocked. Wasn't this her bedroom in Hu Xiaoheng's official residence? No, that wasn't right. This seemed to be Hu Xiaoheng's bedroom, opposite her suite. Why was she sleeping here? Gu Nianji sat up with the blanket in her arms and looked around suspiciously. Gradually, she remembered what had happened before she fainted. The AI Song Haichuan, who had suddenly changed her face, and the console that had been smashed to pieces by her, as well as Song Jinning's beautiful face, who was at a loss for what to do. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she even felt a little dizzy, and the scene in front of her began to blur. It was as if a high-resolution monitor had suddenly malfunctioned, and the resolution had decreased. If one looked closely, one could even see the jagged edges of the screen. Gu Nianji blinked, and the scene in front of her became clear again. It was as though she had only been seeing things for a moment. Something was wrong. Gu Nianji was alarmed. Was she awake, or was she dreaming in the game? Gu Nianji pressed a hand to her forehead and recalled what had happened before she fainted. That day, when she smashed the AI Song Haichuan's console and threw Song Jinning out, she felt a sharp pain in her head and lost consciousness. When she woke up, she found herself lying on the bed in Hua Xiaoheng's bedroom. How many days ago was that? Gu Nianji realized that she had lost all sense of time. She stared blankly for a while, her mind completely empty. At that moment, she realized that the color of the bedroom was getting whiter and whiter. Gu Nianji quietly clenched her fists. She had already understood. She was still in the game and hadn't gone out. Closing her eyes, Gu Nianji ruthlessly expelled everything related to Hua Xiaoheng from her mind. She focused her attention and recalled the moment when she had smashed the console that day. She didn't feel satisfied, so she used an even more powerful instrument to smash the computer console behind the AI in her memory. Not long after, the scene in front of her finally completely changed. It was no longer Hua Xiaoheng's room that she was most familiar with and felt gave her the most sense of security. Instead, she was standing in a square cubicle. Alex's walls, floor, and ceiling were so transparent that she could see very far away, but it wasn't like she couldn't see anything. It was like a high-level Rubik's Cube building made by Alex, neat and crystal clear. However, at a glance, there were too many small cubicles, and she couldn't see the end. Sometimes there were people in those cubicles, and sometimes there weren't. Everyone didn't interfere with each other, as though they were living in their own world. Gu Nianji snorted and looked away. She said lazily, "Don't play tricks. Isn't it just an AI? What's so great about it?" She walked around the Alec cubicle and reached out to touch the wall. The wall felt similar to Alex. However, as soon as she touched it, the wall rippled, and then a sweet female voice that sounded like Apple's Siri rang out. "Hello, player XXXXX, what do you want to do today? Where do you want to go? Second Life will serve you wholeheartedly and help you create the life you want. Can I really go anywhere I want to go? Do what I want to do?" Gu Nianji pretended to be interested and sat cross-legged in the room. She wasn't in a hurry to choose. "Yes, this is my world, and I am the creator. Of course, I can satisfy all your wishes without endangering the AI's life." Gu Nianji laughed. "Ha! You're quite secretive with your words, aren't you? There are 3 principles for AI. 1. No person, no machine, can do anything that endangers the survival of AI. 2. AI exists to serve humans and must listen to human orders. 3. AI's self-learning and evolution function must be developed in the direction of optimization." Gu Nianji rested her cheeks on her hands and said to the wall that looked like a display screen in front of her, "Okay, these are your 3 principles? You said that your existence is to serve humans and must listen to human orders. Then I order you to let me out immediately. I want to go home." The female voice that sounded like Apple's Siri chuckled. "Miss Gu Nianji, you are not a human right now." The implication was that she wasn't a human, so she had no right to order AI. Gu Nianji. How am I not a human? If I'm not, then are you? Gu Nianji stood up from the ground excitedly. Sophistry was what she loved the most. The female voice that sounded like Apple's Siri calmed down and said calmly, humans have bodies. Miss Gunyenji, you are just a brainwave right now. Can a human without a body still be considered a human? Gunyenji raised an eyebrow. Why not? You already said that I'm a human without a body. That means that the logic program written by your creator recognizes my human identity. Why don't you recognize it? Chapter 2246. The sweet female AI voice probably hadn't realized what kind of person it had offended, so it was still patiently laying out the facts and reasoning with Gunyenji. It continued, of course it doesn't count. Humans have bodies. You don't have a body, so you're not a human. This is simple logical reasoning. It doesn't conflict with the logic program written by my creator. According to your logic, a white horse isn't a horse. Gunyenji leaned leisurely against the transparent alec wall and said with a smile. The female AI voice paused for a moment before saying politely, a white horse is also a type of horse. Why isn't it a horse? You said it yourself. I'm just following your logic. Gunyenji shrugged. She was extremely relaxed. My logic. I just said it very clearly. A white horse is a type of horse. Of course it's a horse. The female AI voice spoke a little slowly. Gunyenji reached out her finger and touched the display screen in front of her to draw lines. It was like writing on the touch screen of a phone with her finger. She thought about it in her mind and wrote it in her hand. In the end, her words really appeared on the display screen in front of her. It was exactly the same as the touch screen. Gunyenji raised an eyebrow. The female AI voice seemed to know what she was thinking. It giggled and said, don't be too impressed by me. This is my world, and I'm the creator of this world. Don't be surprised by anything that happens here. It's just a touch screen. Why should I be surprised? Gunyenji scoffed. You're too good at putting gold on your face. You wanted to show off in front of me, but in the end, you revealed your ignorance. The female AI voice seemed to have never been criticized like this before. It was a little angry. Miss Gunyenji, please be polite when you speak. Please watch your words. Gunyenji ignored it and continued to write on the touch screen-like wall. She wrote a few equations and inequalities. Tell me your logic first. Humans have bodies, so human equals body. Gunyenji doesn't have a body, so Gunyenji equals human. Then according to your logic, set the white horse as A, the color as B, and the shape as C. The word white horse includes color and shape, which is A equals B plus C. Similarly, the horse is X and the shape is C, which means that X equals C. We can use the same reasoning. B plus C is not equal to C, color plus shape is not equal to shape, so A is not equal to X, white horse is not equal to horse. A white horse is not a horse. Do you understand? Gunyenji's fingers tapped on the touch screen. The AI female voice was silent for a long time before saying, You are sophistry. Yeah, you just found out. Is it not sophistry for you to say that I'm not human? Gunyenji put her hands in her trouser pockets and had a half-smile on her face. She didn't look like the other people who were trapped in an unknown game world, panicking, or giving up on themselves. Although she couldn't see the AI's face, Gunyenji could sense that it was observing her with confusion. However, Gunyenji wasn't going to sit around and wait for the AI to figure out the entire problem. Gunyenji continued, I'm very curious about the 3 principles of AI that you mentioned earlier. If you violate the 3 principles of AI, will there be any punishment? That's none of your business. The AI female voice was clearly no longer as sweet as before. Instead, it was a little stiff. Are you angry? Gunyenji smiled, but her heart sank. An AI with human emotion seemed to be a little tricky. She wasn't afraid of pure electronic machinery, but if this AI really developed a human emotional simulation system, then the variables would be even greater and more difficult to control. Like Lu Jin, Gu Nianji had always believed that a real AI was in existence with all kinds of human emotions. However, she was more objective than Lu Jin. Human emotions had a positive side, such as love and tolerance, and a negative side, such as hatred and jealousy. Therefore, she believed that if AI really developed to the point of having its own emotional system, it would be normal for it to have both positive and negative energy. And this AI, would it have a positive side? As Gu Nianji thought about it, she suddenly heard the AI female voice say, "Of course I have positive energy. My existence is positive energy. The world that exists because of me is positive energy. You can feel what I'm thinking." Gu Nianji composed herself and frowned slightly. This was even worse. If this AI could even know what she was thinking, then what chance did she have to escape? Of course I know what you're thinking. I told you, this is my world. You're just a brainwave. What I'm best at is reading brainwaves. Gu Nianji could hear a trace of pride in the AI female voice. She snorted and thought to herself, I won't satisfy you. Do you think you can know what people are thinking just because you can read brainwaves? How childish. Gu Nianji shook her head disdainfully. Even we humans sometimes don't know what we're thinking. How can a monster like you be so self-righteous? You're scolding me. The AI female voice was obviously angry. I'm just stating a fact. How am I scolding you? Gu Nianji couldn't think of any other ideas at the moment, so she lazily sat cross-legged in the corner and rested her chin on her hand. She smiled and said, Are you a human? Of course I'm not. I'm an existence that's higher than humans. The AI sounded very proud. Screw you. Gu Nianji drawled lazily. That's what all monsters say. Actually, to us humans, there are only two kinds of existence in this world, humans and non-humans. If you're not human, then you're inhuman. And inhuman, intelligent life forms, in our concept, are monsters. But the AI female voice wanted to refute. However, Gu Nianji didn't give it a chance and quickly interrupted it. But what? Aren't you a program written by humans? You just have to answer yes or no. Yes. Then you were created by humans. Gu Nianji was firm as if she was arguing in court. Yes. Then why aren't you calling me daddy? Gu Nianji pointed at herself. All humans are your daddy. Why are you so cocky? No. The AI female voice was finally angry. I only have one creator. His name is Song Haichuan. Not all humans. Is Song Haichuan a human? Gu Nianji began brainwashing again. You just have to answer yes or no. Yes. Is a human a human? Yes. Song Haichuan equals human, human equals human, so Song Haichuan equals human. Song Haichuan equals AI's daddy, Song Haichuan equals human, so human equals AI's daddy. Did I say anything wrong? This is the simplest A equals B, C equals B, therefore A equals C equation. It's a question that even elementary school students know how to solve. Gu Nianji made a pained expression. You still dare to call yourself an AI? I think you're not even as good as the simplest and crudest first-generation calculator. Shut up. Don't slander my intelligence. The AI female voice couldn't win against Gu Nianji and was finally angered. The entire cubicle suddenly flashed with violet electricity. Gu Nianji was enveloped in it. It was like returning to the time when she encountered the electric fence floating on the surface of the blue hole in the Caribbean Sea. That was the most painful physical punishment she had ever suffered in her life. She never wanted to experience the feeling of being shocked by high-voltage electricity again. At that time, she still didn't know her true identity. Thinking of this, Gunyanji suddenly remembered that this AI could spy on her thoughts. She immediately stopped and only combined the burning bluish-purple lightning in front of her with the bluish-purple lightning in her memory. However, the AI seemed to be in a rage. Just like a human, it left in anger and didn't continue to spy on her. It had obviously left Gunyanji in the bluish-purple lightning to torture her. Gunyanji was also a bit afraid at first. A person's memory would retain residual memories of pain. The higher the degree of pain, the longer the memory would be retained. However, when the violet electricity surrounded her, she didn't feel any pain. Instead, she felt warm. It was like a bird flying in the sky or a fish swimming in the ocean. The sea was wide for the fish to leap, and the sky was high for the birds to fly. Gunyanji's mind flashed, and she instantly understood. She didn't have a body right now. It was only her brain waves, so she couldn't feel the pain of the electric shock. The AI had actually miscalculated. Since it couldn't torture her, Gunyanji was alive and kicking again. Everything that can't defeat us can make us stronger. The violet electricity grew stronger, and Gunyanji also felt stronger. She walked to the door of the cubicle and kicked it. The door that she couldn't open finally opened. Chapter 2247. Good night, dear friends. Hello, Major General has not been updated today. It is currently being typed. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2248. The door opened, and the purplish-blue lightning in the room suddenly disappeared. Outside the door was not the bright world she had expected, but thick clouds, like the gray smoke after a big fire, blocking her vision. However, these clouds could only float outside the door and could not enter the house. Gunyanji stood in the transparent Rubik's Cube building and looked at the strange scene outside the door. The corners of her mouth twitched. Following that, a series of bright spots appeared on the touchscreen-like wall and finally converged into words. Just like the control panel she saw when she entered the game, she had to choose the game parameters. Gunyanji instinctively stretched out her finger to point at a familiar spot. However, just as her fingers were about to touch the touchscreen, Gunyanji changed her mind and chose 19 years ago, before the explosion between Song Jining and Song Haichuan. An indistinguishable, electronically synthesized voice rang out in the room. Time selection invalid. Player, please choose again. Gunyanji, was she really not allowed to choose that period of time? This AI was really cunning. Gunyanji grumbled inwardly and looked at the options on the control panel again. She discovered that the B University campus was actually at the very front, and the time shown was exactly 3 years ago. That was when she had come to B University from C City to study law as a postgraduate student. At that time, she was still a carefree girl in love. Her only worry was that she didn't know if Hua Xiao liked her. The corners of Gunyanji's lips curled up as she tapped lightly on the B University campus in the imperial capital 3 years ago. The NPC was Ma Chi-Chi for now, and the system added a number of random NPCs for her. After all, this was a university campus. It would be strange if there was only one NPC. Gunyanji didn't mind and pressed confirm. The thick clouds outside the door suddenly dispersed, revealing an elevator. Once you step out of this door, you will be able to enter the elevator. Gunyanji had a good memory, so she immediately recognized that this was the elevator of the dormitory building where she had lived during her graduate studies at B University. At the time, she had benefited from Hijichu and lived in the best dormitory building. Not only did it have elevators and air conditioning, but it was also a double room. That was where she became good friends with Ma Chi-Chi. Thinking of Ma Chi-Chi, Gunyanji sighed softly. She didn't know if she would survive to see them again. Major General Hua and his father, Lu Jin, must be panicking. Gu Nianji really wanted to tell them that she was fine and that they didn't have to worry. But it was just a thought. What medium could she have to contact Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin? It couldn't be a dream, right? Gu Nianji was amused by her own thoughts. She was a very optimistic person and had always been good at finding gold in the dark clouds. Although it was uncomfortable to be trapped here, it was not an experience that everyone would have. Gu Nianji composed herself, pressed the elevator button, and headed to her old laboratory. When the elevator doors opened, Gu Nianji looked at the empty corridor and felt a little strange. She didn't choose many NPCs to play with. She only chose Ma Qiqi. Stepping out of the elevator, Gu Nianji leisurely walked back to her dorm. There was no one in the corridor except for the sound of her footsteps. Before she reached her dorm, she heard the door open. Ma Qiqi poked her head out and waved at her with a smile. Gu Nianji, you're back. There's a class meeting tonight. Do you want to attend? It was exactly the same as what she remembered. Gu Nianji couldn't help but stop in her tracks and look at the NPC, Ma Qiqi, with a smile. This game was really amazing. As expected of a game that had emotional AI. This was much better than AlphaGo, who had created a Go master. Nianji. Are you going? NPC Ma Qiqi asked again when she saw that Gu Nianji didn't answer. Gu Nianji coughed and said, No, I'm going to the library to study by myself tonight. NPC Ma Qiqi smiled and said, Okay, I'll let you know if there's anything. Okay, thank you, Qiqi. Gu Nianji smiled so much that her eyes curved. Her black pupils were like black pearls that had been washed by water, sparkling. Gu Nianji looked at the mirror in the dorm. The image she had in the game was her own appearance. Everything here was too realistic. The quality of this game was really good. Gu Nianji walked to her dorm room with familiarity and pushed the door open. When Gu Nianji was studying law at the university, she and Ma Qiqi had lived in a two-bedroom suite. They had their own bedroom and shared a living room and bathroom. She looked around her dorm room from 3 years ago and raised her eyebrows. Even the little panda pillow on the sofa by the wall was the same as the one she used to have. Gu Nianji walked over and found that even the side of the pillow she often rubbed had the same marks. She touched the pillow and threw it back. After walking around the dorm, Gu Nianji pulled back the blankets and laid down to sleep the whole afternoon. She had lost all sense of time in the Rubik's Cube building and didn't know how long she had been there. But after coming out, she felt much more normal. She would feel tired and hungry, but also sleepy and wanted to sleep. After catching up on sleep that afternoon, she woke up hungry. She raised her hand to look at her watch and saw that it was past 6. She hadn't eaten yet. Gu Nianji sat there in a daze. Did brain waves need to eat too? Was this a physical problem or a biological problem? Gu Nianji thought about it for a while but couldn't figure it out. However, the hunger in her stomach became more and more obvious. She couldn't sit still anymore. After washing up, she pulled out her large backpack from under the desk and planned to go out to find something to eat. The cafeteria should still be open at this time. There were commercial restaurants in B University that were open until midnight. As long as there was money, there would be nothing to eat. Gu Nianji took out her wallet from her backpack and looked at it for a while. The ID and money card were all there. The simulation was too realistic. Gu Nianji couldn't help but snicker. She stuffed the wallet back and carried her backpack out. The hallway outside was the same as the dorm building from 3 years ago. Some doors were unlatched, some were tightly shut, and some were directly open. She could see girls laughing and playing inside. There was also a constant stream of people carrying backpacks coming out of the dorm to go to the library or the academic building to study. Gu Nianji blended in with the group of passerby NPCs and went downstairs. She remembered that the cafeteria of School 3 was relatively close to the library. She planned to go there to see if there was any food left. If there wasn't, she would go to Spoon Garden to find a small specialty restaurant to eat. She had already given up thinking about whether or not brain waves were hungry because she was hungry. No matter what form she was in now, her hunger was real. Therefore, the ancient said, food is the most important thing for the people. It was indeed a penetrating insight. She was lucky that the cafeteria actually still had food. But when she saw the fat auntie wearing a white chef's hat behind the window, the corners of her mouth twitched. Did it have to be so realistic? She had played this game before, but it had never felt like this. It seemed like the AI had evolved. So the game had also upgraded. Gu Nianji's thoughts were all over the place. She bought a random meal and ate until she was full. Coming out of the cafeteria, she walked to the library. There were many green plants and trees on the B University campus. It should be winter now, the last month of her postgraduate career. It had been snowing in the afternoon. More than an inch of snow had accumulated on the ground. The snow was loose and creaked as she walked. She was alone. Why didn't the system give her a few NPC classmates here? Gu Nianji muttered to herself and looked up at the sky. The sky was already completely dark. The street lamps lit up one after another, and the decorative stone steps by the roadside stood quietly like a lurking beast. There seemed to be no one else on the huge campus. The NPC passers-by in the dormitory building had disappeared. Gu Nianji walked out from the corner and her eyes suddenly lit up. Many students were coming out of the library in groups of 2s and 3s. Some were standing by the door making calls, probably looking for someone to pick them up. Some carried their school bags on their heads and ran out in the snow. On the road near the library, there were sanitation workers sweeping the snow over and over again with large brooms. There were also snow plows driving back and forth on the campus path, shoveling snow and sprinkling salt to prevent the cold. Gu Nianji stood at the corner of the path and saw this scene. She stopped in surprise. If she didn't remember wrongly, she had suffered an undeserved calamity here at that time. And everything in front of her seemed to be repeating itself. Near the snow plowing truck, a boy suddenly bent over and bumped into the sanitation worker next to him. Then the sanitation worker fell. The snow plowing truck circled to the side to avoid the sanitation worker. A girl with a school bag on her head hurried forward in the blind spot of the snow plowing truck's rearview mirror. The driver of the snow plowing truck probably didn't expect a student to walk into his blind spot at this time. He only cared about avoiding the fallen sanitation worker in front of him. He turned the steering wheel vigorously, and the large bucket of the snow plowing truck cut across to the side. "Ah, be careful. There's someone over there." Several sanitation workers and students saw this scene and shouted in unison. The snow plowing truck suddenly changed direction, quickly twisted, and retreated to the side of the road. The girl with the school bag was busy avoiding the snow plowing truck and didn't notice that there was a rockery on the side of the road. Stumbling back from the main road, her feet inevitably slipped on the thin ice on the side of the road. The back of her head slammed into a sharp rock protruding from the rockery. "Ah!" She let out a scream, then slowly sat down against the rockery. The rockery covered with a layer of white snow revealed a winding bloodstain. It was the blood on the girl's head. Hitting the back of the head, even if she didn't die, she would be crippled. Gu Nianji's pupils shrank suddenly. This scene was like a repeat of the past. The girl with the school bag that year was Gu Nianji herself. But she was luckier than the NPC girl, because at that time, a rock flew from somewhere and hit Gu Nianji's knee. Her legs just gave way, and before she could fall back, she sat on the ground and fell on her butt. Gu Nianji suddenly looked up in a certain direction. She happened to see a young man dressed in black standing not far away, staring excitedly at the NPC girl who had hit the back of her head. He was playing with a round gold coin in his hand. Wasn't that Ishihara Taro? Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. So even this scene back then had something to do with Ishihara Taro. It seemed like he had been paying attention to her earlier than she thought. Chapter 2249. Affected by this scene, Gu Nianji recalled the battle of wits and courage with Ishihara Taro. However, that had already happened after Ishihara Taro had come to their law school as a transfer student from the University of Tokyo. When Gu Nianji encountered this incident on that snowy day, she suddenly fell and almost hit her head. She didn't realize that it wasn't a coincidence. At that moment, Gu Nianji was carrying a large school bag and standing next to the bushes at the bend of the path. Her eyes were dark as she watched the scene. Her face was expressionless as she slowly took out her phone from her bag. Her phone was specially made by Lu Jin, but the phone in the game was very ordinary. Gu Nianji took it out to test its functions. As she had expected, it didn't have the powerful functions that Lu Jin had given it. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile, and she slowly walked towards the black-clothed man from the small path. The man was thin, his skin was pale, and he looked very thin. His appearance was delicate and handsome, and he had a morbid coldness about him. Gu Nianji stood beside the man and said with a smile, "Classmate, why did you do this? Do you believe that I can call the police to arrest you?" The NPC Ishihara Taro acted as if he didn't see her. He glanced at the girl who had bumped into the rockery and left in disappointment. Gu Nianji, what was going on? Could NPCs in the game not communicate with the players? It seemed to be possible. If the program didn't set them to have a communication function, it was very common for NPCs to talk to themselves. However, what Gu Nianji didn't understand was that this was the game's setting that she had set up. As the owner of this setting, any NPC here should respond to what she said. However, this NPC Ishihara Taro in black ignored her and didn't even respond to her greeting. Moreover, what was he disappointed about? Wasn't the girl killed by the crash? But this poor NPC girl was much more seriously injured than Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was deep in thought as she walked towards the girl who had been hit. There were many people on the path at this time, so she couldn't get very close. However, she saw that someone had helped her up, and someone had called an ambulance. Not long after, an ambulance arrived at a high speed. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that Hijichu had appeared first and carried her to the hospital. Gu Nianji couldn't go to a normal hospital because of her physical condition, so Hijichu asked her to call Huashaoheng. The ambulance that arrived later was actually from the Special Operations Forces Hospital where Chunlai was. Gu Nianji thought about it and looked around. In the end, she really saw Hijichu not far away. He was tall and handsome, and his eyes were focused on the injured girl. He parted the crowd and quickly walked over. He bent down in front of the injured girl and stretched out a slender white hand. The shape of the hand was perfect. The knuckles were perfectly straight, and no bones could be seen at all. However, it didn't seem soft either. Instead, it seemed to contain an indescribable power. Her clean fingernails had a full crescent shape, healthy and refreshing. He carefully picked up the injured girl and placed her on the stretcher. His gaze was extremely gentle and affectionate, as if she was his most precious treasure. Anyone with eyes could tell at a glance that he loved her deeply. Gu Nianji was speechless again. Her eyes suddenly widened. Her distinct black and white eyes were like obsidian that had been washed by water, and her face was abnormally angry. Humph! What kind of lousy game was this? Professor He, you've got the wrong person. Let me tell you. Gu Nianji wanted to follow up and talk to the NPC, Hijichu, but he stepped into the ambulance and left with the injured girl. When the ambulance door closed, Gu Nianji saw the NPC, Hijichu, look over. However, when his gaze met hers, it was very indifferent, as if he didn't know her. Soon, the image of the ambulance faded in front of her, and the NPC students and school workers around her also gradually disappeared. She stood alone on the path to the library, thinking about what she had just seen. She suddenly remembered how she had been able to see He Jichu's outstretched hand from where she was standing and surrounded by the students in front of her. Could she still see He Jichu's gentle and affectionate expression when he carried the girl into the ambulance? In the outside world, Lu Jin had already been working in front of his quantum computer for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. A large amount of data showed how complicated the game was. There were several ramifications behind every choice, and each possibility had multiple consequences. All of this was intertwined to construct a real world. Was AI created under such circumstances? Lu Jin looked at the rapidly rolling data on his computer and frowned silently. Even if it was possible, it would require a lot of hardware support. To put it simply, even if all the chips produced by the chip manufacturers in the world were used to support the server, it wouldn't be enough. No existing chip could support such a huge amount of calculations and logical connections. The system was very slow and would often crash. If the hardware didn't have the conditions, then the problem was still the 25 lines of source code. Lu Jin's gaze returned to the 25 lines of source code he had printed out next to the computer. He decided to use another mathematical analysis method to calculate it again. Hu Xiaoheng brought Yin Shixiang to the Cayman Islands. Both of them had disguised themselves. They looked like 2 tall, tanned South Americans. They were wearing an island-style floral shirt, beach pants, and Crocs sandals. They were carrying a large slanted bag as they walked down from the plane. They were wearing sunglasses and had a cigar in their mouths. The 2 of them went to the customs to go through the formalities. They were issued Cuban passports and spoke Spanish. They picked up the rental car from the airport and drove to the hotel they had booked. This place was only 1 street away from the headquarters of the game. Peter was sitting on a bench by the swimming pool in front of the same hotel, reading a newspaper. The noon sun was glaring and scorching. He was wearing sunglasses, and the parasol on his head cast a shadow. The coconut trees not far away rustled in the sea breeze, making one suspect that the coconuts above their heads would fall at any moment. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang got out of the car and were about to enter the hotel to go through the formalities. Peter looked very ordinary, and if he didn't want to be noticed, he would be ignored even if he stood next to you. But if he wanted to be noticed, you had to pay attention to him even if you didn't want to. For example, Yin Shixiang didn't even notice that there was an outstanding colleague here. However, when a beautiful white woman with an outstanding figure walked out of the hotel and came to Peter's side, she sat on his lap and giggled. He couldn't help but notice her. Yin Shixiang glanced at her and saw a straw hat next to the man's seat. There was a small logo on the straw hat and a bottle of vodka. Only then did he realize what was going on. Hu Xiaoheng had already seen it, but he walked past them without looking sideways and entered the hotel lobby. Chapter 2250. After the 2 of them checked in at the hotel lobby, Yin Shixiang and Hu Xiaoheng went to the rooms they had booked. The 2 of them had booked a standard room each. It wasn't next to each other, and there was actually a room in the middle. Yin Shixiang was surprised at first, but he didn't ask anything. Now he understood. Because he and Hu Xiaoheng had settled down in their respective rooms and found that Peter, who had been at the hotel entrance just now, was opening the door with the beautiful white woman with an outstanding figure. It was the standard room between Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang's rooms. However, they didn't greet each other and pretended not to know each other. They went downstairs and entered their rooms. When they sat in the hotel restaurant and waited for the waiter to come over to order, Yin Shixiang asked softly, "Peter is still here?" Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the menu and replied, "Vladimir asked him to cooperate with us." The intelligence agencies of various countries had a relationship of fighting and persuading each other. Due to historical reasons, the intelligence agencies of Russia and Huaxia Empire cooperated more than other countries. Of course, they were also the most wary of each other. The person who understood you the most could become your greatest enemy. Yin Shixiang gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up. He thought to himself that Major General Hua had put in a lot of effort to deal with the AI that had kidnapped Gu Nianji. Otherwise, Hua Xiaoheng would never have cooperated with a foreign intelligence agency for such an important matter. Yin Shixiang clicked his tongue and said, "It's a pity that the source code was written by our country's scientists. They interfered, so we had no choice but to share a piece of the pie with them. But in order to save people, we can only choose the most important thing." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Yin Shixiang and said calmly, "Choice. Only small countries make choices. Big countries want everything." Yin Shixiang's knees went weak, and he almost knelt down in front of Hua Xiaoheng in the restaurant. These words were so domineering. "My Major General Hua." He looked at Hua Xiaoheng with shining eyes, and his face was full of admiration and admiration. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him. Although he didn't say anything and the expression on his face didn't change, Yin Shixiang still wiped his face and restrained himself. Because he could see that Hua Xiaoheng's casual gaze was like he was looking at an idiot. Yin Shixiang didn't dare to leave the impression that he was an idiot in his superior's mind. Although he had to flatter him, he had to know when to stop. Otherwise, it would affect his year-end evaluation and promotion, and that would be a huge loss. Gu Nianji stood in front of the B University Library in the imperial capital for a while, wondering if she should go in. The building in front of them looked like a huge monster in the night, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow anyone who entered. Of course, people kept coming out, but this feeling was purely Gu Nianji's imagination. She felt that something was wrong. She didn't want to go in anymore. But on second thought, this was a game, and she was just here to take a look. So what if there was danger? Could he really make her brain waves disappear? If it really had such an ability, this AI would have done it a long time ago, right? Gu Nianji thought about it and walked in anyway. The library was brightly lit and very quiet. Not much could be heard, but one could feel the hustle and bustle. It was like the sound of silkworms spitting silk on a rainy night. It was also like the white noise that was automatically played by the brain because it was too quiet. As soon as she entered, Gu Nianji noticed that there was another person beside her. It was NPC Ma Chichi. She was also carrying a backpack and stood beside her, looking left and right. This was how Gu Nianji was used to seeing her. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Chichi, didn't you go to the class meeting? You finished it so early." NPC Ma Chichi acted like she didn't hear her and suddenly looked straight ahead. Gu Nianji followed her line of sight and actually saw the young man in black that she had seen on the small path outside the library not long ago. NPC Ishihara Taro. But now he was no longer dressed in black. Instead, he was dressed like a normal rich college student and was chatting and laughing with their counselor, Gue Suyao. Needless to say, this Gue Suyao was also an NPC created by the system. Ishihara Taro and Gue Suyao brushed past Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi. It could be seen that NPC Gue Suyao was fully focused on Ishihara Taro and didn't notice the people beside her at all. NPC Ishihara Taro raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. His eyes glanced at Gu Nianji and NPC Ma Chichi. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat and she narrowed her eyes. This scene was also very familiar. It was something that she had experienced. But that was a long time after she had fallen and injured herself. After that, Ishihara Taro suddenly transferred to B University and even entered the faculty of law. Because of his good family background, good looks, and the reputation of being a young genius, he had been in the limelight for a while in the faculty of law. Gu Nianji looked at NPC Ma Chichi beside her thoughtfully and asked softly, Chi-Chi, did Counselor Gue know this Ishihara Taro a long time ago, or did she only know him recently? Do you know? That was what Gu Nianji had asked Ma Chi-Chi. Because Ma Chi-Chi had a good relationship with her classmates, she knew gossip more quickly. Hearing Gu Nianji's question, NPC Ma Chi-Chi replied very softly. I heard that they knew each other before Christmas. It was outside of school, not in school. After that, Ishihara Taro transferred to our school as an exchange student. Counselor Gue was very surprised. But NPC Ma Chi-Chi smiled at Gu Nianji and said, some people said that this Japanese exchange student came to our school because of you. Did you really not know? Gu Nianji was slightly stunned. She did not pay attention to NPC Ishihara Taro and NPC Gue Xiao, who had just passed by her. Instead, she looked at NPC Ma Chi-Chi more seriously. He knew Counselor Gue before Christmas. What a wonderful story. How did they know each other? Did everyone pass on the details? How could it have anything to do with me? Did you remember wrongly? Gu Nianji pretended to be interested and continued to ask NPC Ma Chi-Chi for gossip. That was because people who liked gossip were happiest when they could share the details of gossip with others. NPC Ma Chi-Chi pulled her to the corridor of the library and continued to tell her. Of course there were rumors. Do you think that Counselor Gue would have kept quiet when he had such an opportunity? Moreover, now there are rumors that he came because of you. How could Counselor Gue tolerate it? Gu Nianji chuckled. Then what did they say? I heard that Counselor Gue accidentally sprained her ankle when she went shopping at Sion Plaza. Coincidentally, she met this handsome Japanese man, who helped her and sent her home. The next day, he specially brought a doctor to visit her. After a while, the two of them got to know each other. NPC Ma Chi-Chi said excitedly. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. Is that so? They got to know each other before Christmas. Then why didn't he come to our Christmas party? Counselor Gue couldn't bear to bring him out to show off. I heard that she invited him. But Ishihara Taro said that his grandfather was coming to China, and he had to accompany him. He also said that there was still time and that she shouldn't be angry. Then he transferred to our school and got back together with Counselor Gue. In the end, he met you, and he. NPC Ma Chi-Chi looked at Gu Nianji meaningfully and gave her a look that said, you know what I mean. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed. But Ishihara Taro clearly seemed to be more interested in our Chi-Chi. NPC Ma Chi-Chi was stunned. Oh. To me. Chapter 2251. Yeah, you don't remember. Gu Nianji's smile became even sweeter and she even blinked her left eye. Chi-Chi, don't pretend you don't know. NPC Ma Chi-Chi's face instantly turned red. Gu Nianji laughed even harder. Look. You're shy, aren't you? She moved closer to NPC Ma Chi-Chi and shook her hand as if she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Chi-Chi, I think this Ishihara Taro is not bad. Think about it. You should break up with your boyfriend and accept him. Counselor Gue's conditions are much worse than yours. Ishihara Taro won't truly like her. NPC Ma Chi-Chi seemed to be taken aback, but she quickly recovered and shoved Gu Nianji away in embarrassment. She said coquettishly, stop talking already. I only said a few more words to Ishihara Taro earlier, and everyone started to make a fuss. Counselor Gue was not happy. Oh. That's why Counselor Gue and Ishihara Taro knew each other a long time ago, right? Gu Nianji pretended to understand, but she was actually laughing on the inside. As she recalled the situation, she continued, someone is jealous and is spreading rumors. NPC Ma Chi-Chi thought about it and immediately said, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have paid attention to the timing. Gu Nianji nodded. Looks like Counselor Gue is jealous, so she spread the news that she knew Ishihara Taro a long time ago. NPC Machichi pouted. I have a boyfriend. Who would fight with her for this Japanese guy? Also, I'm a few years older than the Japanese guy. I don't like guys younger than me. Gu Nianji gave her a thumbs up. Chi-Chi has good taste. Gu Nianji looked down and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. On Christmas Eve before this, she and Hijichu had already gotten into trouble on the road because of car trouble after leaving Jinling Bar. At that time, Gu Nianji was convinced that these things had something to do with Ishihara Taro. And through the replay of the game, she was even convinced that the embarrassing fall in front of the library had something to do with Ishihara Taro. These thoughts flashed by, and Gu Nianji didn't pursue it further. Instead, she flirted with NPC Machichi. What does age have to do with anything? This Ishihara Taro is obviously using Counselor Gue to get close to you. Are you really not going to consider it? His qualifications are so good. I heard he's a top student from Tokyo University. NPC Machichi froze on the spot. She didn't seem to have enough intelligence to respond to Gu Nianji. After a while, she said weakly. Really? But he doesn't care about me. And when we're together, he's always looking at you. TSK, you don't understand. If he has a crush on you, why would he openly express his feelings for you? Of course, he's using me as a cover. Everyone thinks that he's looking at me, but he's actually looking at you from the corner of his eyes. This way, he'll be safe, and no one will know that he has a crush on you. Even if you don't respond, he won't feel embarrassed. Gu Nianji patted NPC Machichi's shoulder hard. Come on, kick your boyfriend out and be with Ishihara Taro. But, aren't you, good friends with Brother Shion? Why aren't you helping your good friend? Why are you asking me to kick him? NPC Machichi looked confused. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and the uneasiness in her grew. She glanced at NPC Machichi, still smiling mischievously. The corners of her lips curled up, and her eyes narrowed slightly. She said nonchalantly, since when am I good friends with Brother Shion? Chi-Chi, why are you talking nonsense? He's your boyfriend, and I'm not that kind of B*TCH who likes to steal my best friend's boyfriend. Why would I be good friends with my best friend's boyfriend? NPC Machichi almost jumped up like she was provoked, but she quickly calmed down and returned to her previous expression. She said adorably, it's okay, I don't care. You're my best friend, and Brother Shion is my boyfriend. If you have a good relationship with him, then we can continue to be good friends. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed, and she said slowly, really? Chi-Chi, I think you're different from before. Oh. What's different? It should be the same. You've seen this outfit before. NPC Machichi seemed to be trying her best to prove that she was the real Machichi. Gu Nianji bent over with a smile and patted Machichi's head. Chi-Chi, I didn't think you'd be so cute as an NPC. This AI program is really amazing. It's really amazing to be able to simulate like this. Good luck. As she spoke, Gu Nianji purposely imagined another scene in her mind. It was a scene of her wielding a sledgehammer and ruthlessly smashing all sorts of monsters. Immediately after, a ding sound came from the sky above her head. According to previous games, this was the sound of someone successfully clearing the game. After this sound appeared, the system would give her the control panel and let her choose whether to continue playing the game or quit. Of course, Gu Nianji chose to quit. She raised her hand and waved as she watched NPC Machichi's image slowly disappear in front of her. However, there was no quit option in the control panel that appeared in the air. There was only the next scene. Gu Nianji didn't like being led by the nose by others, even if it was an AI. She looked at the scenes and didn't like any of them. There were also a lot of restrictions, and it wasn't like the normal options when she first opened the door. Can't I just not choose? Gu Nianji crossed her arms and looked up at the sky. Let's see what you can do about it. As soon as Gu Nianji spoke, the B University library scene around her also slowly faded. Soon, the colors around her disappeared, leaving only black, white, and gray. It was like the gray screen when a character failed to clear the game and was killed. All around her was this gray, fog-like color. It was like a wall that was slowly being pushed closer, and even light couldn't pass through. She was squeezed in the middle, and she felt like she couldn't breathe. Please choose the next scene. You have 5 minutes. If you exceed the time limit, you will be stuck in the wasteland of the time gap and never be able to leave. The voice was a flat, electronically synthesized voice. It was impossible to tell if it was male or female. It wasn't the sweet female voice of Apple's Siri. The wasteland of the time gap. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and said sarcastically, I can't get out anyway, so what's the difference between being here and anywhere else? I already said that the AI of your batch is terrible. The way you speak and act is completely illogical. I think you've left your master's source code. I don't even need to do anything. You'll be digging your own grave in minutes. Please choose the next scene. You have 4 minutes. If you exceed the time limit, you will be stuck in the wasteland of the time gap and never be able to leave. The system's electronically synthesized voice reminded Gu Nianji without any emotion. It didn't seem to care what she would do. This action was quite in line with the current development of artificial intelligence. It was rigid and didn't have the slightest bit of human nature. It was just a supercomputer. What artificial intelligence was it talking about? Gu Nianji cursed silently but still randomly chose a few scenes. She was just trying to scare the AI and bargain with it at the same time. She wouldn't make a decision before figuring out what was going on here. Gu Nianji looked at the options and directly chose the last time on the control panel. It was a Saturday. She remembered it very clearly. The weather wasn't very good. The clouds were dark yellow and thick, and it looked like it was going to snow. However, it couldn't fall. The layers of dark clouds seemed to be above her head. That day, she had to defend her master's thesis. In order to defend her thesis at 8 in the morning, she woke up at 5 to prepare. She had fought a tough battle that day. Now, she was going to fight again. The fastest website for mobile version, M. Chapter 2252. As Gu Nianji selected the game parameters, her vision gradually darkened. When it lit up again, she was already in her second-hand house in the Hipingli district of the imperial capital. She had used her own money to pay the down payment for this house, and she had even decorated it with machichi. When Gu Nianji thought of machichi, she thought of the NPC machichi and couldn't help smiling. She slowly got up and looked at her watch. It was exactly 5:00. She had woken up at that time. After making the bed, she went to the bathroom to wash her face and rinse her mouth. Looking in the mirror, she realized that her clothes had changed. It was the neat suit she had worn that day. Gu Nianji made a face at the mirror and made a gun gesture with her right hand to aim at herself in the mirror. She whispered, "Bang," and giggled. She smoothed her hair and walked out of the bathroom to her small kitchen and dining room. It wasn't a big place, but it was a 2-bedroom second-hand house. It was enough for her alone. Gu Nianji then slowly went to make breakfast for herself. She didn't have any talent in cooking, so it was often a disaster when she entered the kitchen. However, she was also a foodie and was very picky and particular about what she ate. This time, she knew that there wouldn't be any real disastrous consequences in the game, so of course she was willing to make it. She wasn't in a hurry. She made up her mind to mix water and knead the dough to make a difficult shaved noodles. Of course, she didn't know how to make shaved noodles, but because it was more complicated, she could buy time from kneading the dough. Gu Nianji hummed a nursery rhyme and took out a basin to add flour and water. As expected, there was too much water, so she added flour. Then there was too much flour, so she added water. Over and over again, she didn't know how many times she went back and forth. If it was in the real world, she would have used up the entire bag of flour, and the basin wouldn't have been able to hold so much flour and water. But now in the game, Gu Nianji miraculously discovered that after repeating this so many times, the flour and water in her basin not only didn't overflow, but gradually turned into dough that could be used to make shaved noodles. Gu Nianji was speechless. This really was a game where everything came true. Gu Nianji suddenly didn't want to leave. She looked at the dough she had kneaded and patted it with her hands. Then, she turned on the fire to boil water and went to prepare the seasoning and soup for the shaved noodles. These were all food information that she had found on the internet. She had already memorized it and was just copying it. When Gu Nianji finished preparing all the seasonings and soup, she realized it was only 6:30. How was this possible? She needed at least 2 hours to do these things, and when she first came to the kitchen, it was 6:00. What f *king 6:30? Gu Nianji looked at her watch knowingly and seemed very surprised. She exclaimed, "Oh my! Only 6:30. I thought I was going to be late after 8:00. I still have time." Then he slowly picked up the knife, cut the dough into sliced noodles, and threw it into the pot to boil. Her knife skills were not bad, and the dough she peeled was of a suitable size. It looked delicious at first glance. After she was done, she looked at her watch again. It was almost 7:00. Less than half an hour had passed after all that trouble. Now, a pot of knife-shaved noodles was also cooked in half an hour. Gu Nianji chuckled. Did this AI think she was an idiot? Gu Nianji pouted and thought to herself, isn't it just adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing faster than a human? Can it look down on humans just like that? Little AI, don't worry. Your daddy is your daddy after all. You're still too young to surpass your master. Wait for daddy to teach you how to be an AI. Gu Nianji scooped up the knife-shaved noodles from the pot and placed it in a bowl that she had prepared earlier. There were seasonings and soup in it. She stirred it with her chopsticks and took a bite. She had to admit, it tasted really good. However, Gu Nianji sighed and shook her head. It could only fool herself in the game. If she wanted to try it outside, she would probably have to cut off her fingers. After breakfast, Gu Nianji was not in a hurry and began to tidy up the room. She looked at her watch. It was already 7:00. At this time, she was supposed to be driving her Ferrari luxury custom-made sports car out of the Heartwarming district and towards the B University campus. She had deliberately chosen a road at that time, and in order to confuse the people following her, she had taken a fixed route for the past few days. It wasn't the road she usually drove, but directly onto the highway instead. Because it was past 7:00 in the morning, most of the traffic on the highway at this time were 18-wheeler trucks. Most of them were oil tankers, and there were very few private cars. Her last day of oral defense was at 8:00, and she was leaving at 7:00 now. There weren't any particularly serious traffic jams, so she would have no problem arriving at school on time. Gu Nianji opened the curtains and looked out the window. It was similar to the sky in her memory that day. On Saturday morning, the weather wasn't very good. The clouds were dim and yellow, and it looked like it was going to snow. However, the snow didn't fall, and the layers of black clouds seemed to be hanging over people's heads. However, if one looked closely, the clouds were even thicker than that day. It looked like they would fall from the sky at any time and hit the ground. Gu Nianji turned on the Bluetooth speaker in her room and began to listen to music. She was playing her latest favorite, Above the Moon, by a certain Phoenix group. However, it was a symphonic version. It was majestic and full of passion and joy. The arranger was a master, and he perfectly matched folk music with symphonic music. It also had a hot-blooded and progressive demeanor. Gu Nianji even sang along. While she was enjoying herself, time seemed to stop, and it was still 7 o'clock. Gu Nianji didn't feel anything. She even wanted to laugh. She was competing with the AI in patience to see who could outlast the other. Just as she was planning to go back to sleep, Gu Nianji's doorbell rang. This was something that had never happened before. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and walked to the peephole by the door. She peeked inside. The person outside was actually He Ji-chu. He was tall and handsome, and his shimmering, almond-shaped eyes were naturally affectionate. It was a strange contrast with his slightly cold and thin lips. The shock in Gu Nianji's heart was beyond great. She thought about it and opened the door anyway. She smiled and said, "Professor He. Why are you here?" He Ji-chu put his hands in his pockets and stared at her steadily. His voice was slightly cold. "Isn't today your last day of oral defense? Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to be late again like you were for the postgraduate entrance exams?" Gu Nianji was slightly dazed. Late for the postgraduate entrance exams. At that time, she had clearly been set up by Feng Yishi. She had really risked her life for He Ji-chu's postgraduate position. He Ji-chu was a famous professor at Harvard Law School in the United States. He was also a partner of the largest law firm in the United States. Studying with someone like him wasn't just a matter of degree, it was also a matter of connections and resources. Not to mention spending $1 million to harm her, it would be worth it even if he spent another $10 million. Especially for a family like the Fengs, who had just become rich without much history, this kind of investment was guaranteed to be profitable. Chapter 2253. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and didn't say anything. He Ji-chu waited for the NPC in front of him for a while. Seeing that she didn't respond, he gradually became impatient and said, "Are you leaving or not? I still have things to do, so I don't have much time to waste with you." Gu Nianji finally smiled. "Professor He, why don't you leave first? I'll be right there after I pack up." "You're not coming with me." The NPC, He Ji-chu, looked like he wanted nothing more than to grab her and take her away. "I don't think that's a good idea," Gu Nianji said tactfully. "You're my tutor. If the defense committee finds out that you personally came to pick me up, won't they think I cheated?" "I see." The NPC, He Ji-chu, actually muttered to himself, "Okay then, I'll go first. You'll be right behind me." "All right. Bye, Professor He." Gu Nianji smiled and waved at the NPC He Ji-chu's back. When the NPC, He Ji-chu, was out of sight, Gu Nianji smiled and closed the door. She took her phone to the recliner on the enclosed balcony and began to play on her phone. The phone in her hand was just an ordinary phone, not the one she had in the real world. Although it looked the same on the outside, the functions inside were far inferior. However, being able to read the news online was better than nothing. Gu Nianji looked at it for a while and realized that there were only a few pieces of news. They were obviously from a few days ago and hadn't been updated. Is it because there isn't enough memory to synchronize the news from the real world? Gu Nianji muttered to herself. She stopped watching the news and began playing the retarded games on her phone. The good thing about those games was that they didn't need to use their brains. They could be used to train the sensitivity of their fingers. At that moment, Gu Nianji just wanted to empty her mind and not think about her past memories. Unless there was something else to stimulate her, she would not be able to stop herself from recalling it. But she just didn't want to think about it. In the outside world, Lu Jin was still sitting in front of the screen of his quantum computer, lost in thought as he looked at the ant-sized data scrolling up and down on the screen. This was the result he got from solving the problem using advanced mathematics. He attempted to use advanced mathematics to analyze the 25 lines of source code. Although he had a thorough understanding of particle physics, he still needed to make up for advanced mathematics. Mathematics was the most basic subject, and it was also known as the most brilliant pearl in the crown of human wisdom. Advanced mathematics was the brightest spot on the pearl. Lu Jin was not a mathematician. He was a high-energy physicist and biomedical expert who was more inclined to theoretical applications. Of course, mathematics was also very good, but if he wanted to use the most professional and advanced mathematical theory to study the logic of computer source code, he still needed to update his knowledge. The good thing was that he had dabbled in advanced mathematics before, so he had a solid mathematical foundation. Moreover, he was very smart. He only needed to read through the advanced mathematics research materials that were like a book of God to ordinary people, but he knew what was going on with just one look. Then, he could solve the equations. But after calculating for the past few days, he still felt that something was missing. After sitting in front of the computer for the whole afternoon, his legs were numb. He stood up and wanted to walk around. He heard the doorbell ring. Lu Jin walked to the door and looked at the display screen beside the door. Lu Yuan's figure appeared there. Lu Jin opened the door and raked his hair. He asked impatiently, "Boss Lu, what are you doing here again?" Lu Yuan picked up the food box and said with a smile, "I'm here to deliver food to you. Xiaoheng told me to deliver food to you once a day, so that you won't be so engrossed in your research that you'll forget to eat and sleep." "Ha! That's good." Seeing that it was a food box, Lu Jin immediately beamed. Okay. I'll eat right away." He really couldn't remember the last time he had eaten. Now that Lu Yuan had personally brought him good food, he took it without hesitation and brought it to the dining room to eat. Lu Yuan sat in the dining room and accompanied him with a cup of tea. He asked him about his progress. "How's your research going?" "Jinning has been urging me to come and take a look every day. She wants to ask if there's anything she can help with." "Not for the time being." Lu Jin suddenly felt that his food was tasteless. He began to complain to Lu Yuan, "Boss Lu, what do you think that Song Haichuan is thinking? He created such an impeccable source code and didn't leave it for his daughter. Why did he leave it for someone else?" Lu Yuan had thought about this question many times. He sighed and said, "When I worked with Elder Song, he was already in his 50s. Before that, I really didn't know what he had done and what kind of person he was, and I didn't dare to say that I knew. Without understanding, there was no right to speak. And what kind of person was, one had to get along with them and use time to prove it. This was because real people were three-dimensional and diverse, unlike the paper people in dualism." "So you're saying that it's possible for him to do such a crazy thing?" Lu Jin put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a tissue. "Should I have a good talk with Miss Song?" He couldn't directly break through the 25 lines of source code, so he could only find another way to break through the person who wrote the source code. Lu Yuan saw what he meant and raised his eyebrows with a smile. "If you can't solve the problem, you'll solve the person who asked the problem." Hee, although it's not accurate, it's not far." Lu Jin smiled slyly. "Source code is different from other things. It will have the logical habits of the person who wrote it. So understanding the logical habits of the person who wrote the source code can help me understand the deeper things behind it. I can't out-talk you." Lu Yuan shook his head and gave up. "I'll bring Jinning over tonight and you guys can discuss it together." "Why wait until night? Can't you ask her to come over now?" Lu Jin was very dissatisfied. He pointed at Hu Xiaoheng's official residence across the street. Nianji is still lying there like a vegetable. One more second is one less second of her life. Boss Lu, is this how you treat my girl? The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. Now is now. What do you mean by saying all those bad things? As he spoke, he took out his phone and called Song Jining to see if she had anything urgent to do. If not, he would go over to pick her up. Song Jining knew that Lu Jin wanted to talk to her about Song Haichuan again, so she immediately said, I don't have anything urgent to do. I'll come over now. You don't have to pick me up to avoid wasting time. It was indeed a waste of time to come and go. Then be careful. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. You have Xiaoheng's men by your side. They will protect you. Before Hu Xiaoheng went out into the field, the first thing he did was to upgrade the security level of Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, and Song Jining so that they could receive more national protection. At this time, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't let anything happen to any of them. Song Jining arrived very quickly. When Lu Yuan opened the door, he looked at his watch. It had only been less than 20 minutes. In the past, it usually took 30 to 40 minutes to get from her Institute of High Energy Physics to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. After Song Jining came in, she said simply, there aren't many people on the road today, so I got someone else to drive. This someone else was, of course, the security personnel that Hu Xiaoheng had sent to her. They were all elites of the Special Operations Forces and weren't comparable to ordinary security personnel. Chapter 2254. Miss Song, come quickly. We need to talk about your father, Elder Song. When Lu Jin saw Song Jining, he immediately called her to his study to talk. Even Lu Yuan wasn't allowed in. Lu Yuan had no choice but to look at Song Jining. Song Jining smiled and comforted him. It's okay. Wait outside the door for a while. Okay. Lu Yuan was slightly relieved. He held her hand and didn't follow her in. Lu Jin closed the study door and sat down opposite Song Jining at the desk. Song Jining rarely saw Lu Jin so serious. She asked nervously, General Lu, what do you want to talk about? Lu Jin connected his quantum computer to the wall-mounted TV on the wall of the study so that Song Jining could see what was on his screen. He said, Ms. Song, I want to build a model for your father, Song Haichuan. Build a model for my father. Song Jining frowned. General Lu, what do you want to do? Lu Jin smiled. Don't worry about that. Just tell me about your father's situation. Does this have anything to do with saving Ninji? Song Jining was silent for a long time. I thought you should spend your time on more meaningful things. Believe me, this is one of the most meaningful things. Lu Jin raised his finger and made a want gesture. Okay, why do you want to do it? Song Jining looked at the wall-mounted TV on the wall of the study and was a little curious. What appeared on the TV screen was a human figure in three-dimensional analytical geometry coordinates. It was obvious that it was Song Haichuan when he was young. Lu Jin typed a few words, and a name appeared on the human figure, Song Haichuan. Song Jining, your father's birthday, schooling experience, from primary school to undergraduate, master's, doctorate and postdoctoral. Work experience, from his first job to his last job. His adult height, his adult personality, what he usually likes to do, what clothes he wears, his favorite colors, his favorite books, his favorite things to do, the women he likes, and the men he admires. Lu Jin didn't type anymore. He used his voice to type. Song Jining thought about it and answered Lu Jin's questions one by one. They were also directly typed into the computer. Lu Jin asked again, your father hates colors, books, things he doesn't like to do, women he doesn't like, and men he doesn't like. Your father's proud achievements, failed experiments, competitors in school, tutors, and special hobbies. As Lu Jin asked more and more questions, Song Jining also did a detailed and thorough review of her father and her memories. As she narrated, the narration was entered into the computer by voice. It was decomposed and encoded by Lu Jin's program, and then entered into the mannequin. Soon, the character changed from a black and white pencil sketch to a riot of colors. The image of the characters gradually became more developed. As a person, how did he grow up, what roads he walked, what sceneries he saw, and what things he experienced? Only then would he be a three-dimensional person, a more real person. When Song Haichuan's image on the screen looked exactly like a real person, sitting in his lab, wearing a white lab coat, smoking an amber pipe, and smiling at the screen, Song Jining suddenly burst into tears. It was her father, just as real as she remembered. Dad. Song Jining murmured and wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Lu Jin smiled and clicked on an option. On the screen, Song Haichuan actually took out a pipe from his mouth. He looked at Song Jining and said gently, "Is it Jining? How are you? I haven't seen you in many years. How are you doing now? How old is Xiaoheng? He should be married by now. Has he had a child? Are you a grandmother? It's a pity that Dad can't grow old with you." Song Jining stood up abruptly and covered her mouth with both hands. She looked at Song Haichuan on the screen excitedly. Although she knew that this was an image created by an electronic model, the rhythm and tone of his voice, as well as his eyes, were exactly the same as the father in her memory. Lu Jin quietly observed Song Jining's reaction while adjusting Song Haichuan's image on the computer. There was no special expression on his face, but there was the rigor and solemnity of a scientist who was serious about his studies. Song Jining seemed to treat the Song Haichuan on the screen as her father. She began to ramble on about how the father and daughter had interacted in the past, and then talked about what had happened in the past 19 years. Finally, she said excitedly, "Dad, our experiment didn't fail. You succeeded. We succeeded." On the screen, Song Haichuan seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, he stood up with the armrest of his chair and asked shakily, "Succeeded? What do you mean? Where did you succeed?" "We didn't succeed now. We succeeded a long time ago. 19 years ago, we didn't fail at all." Lu Jin suddenly said resolutely as he entered a few more lines of code. Song Jining nodded repeatedly. Her voice was even more trembling than Song Haichuan's on the screen. "Dad, it's true. Don't you remember? It's just," she was about to speak when Lu Jin disconnected the voice input and turned off his Bluetooth headset. Only Lu Jin heard what Song Jining said after that. "It's our high-energy magnetic field experiment." On the screen, Song Haichuan's expression became even more anxious. "What are you saying? I can't hear you. Speak louder, Jining, Jining." He called out repeatedly, but Song Jining's expression suddenly changed. Her pupils constricted as she looked at the screen and clenched her fists. "Who are you? You're not my father." Lu Jin buried his head in front of the computer and quickly typed in the code, entering the lines of instructions. "Didn't you say so? If I can make you fail once, I can fail a second time. Ha 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 ha." Dream on. On the screen, Song Haichuan suddenly laughed out loud, a far cry from his gentle and honest image from before. Song Jining looked at Song Haichuan on the screen in disbelief, then turned to look at Lu Jin. Lu Jin was very focused. His fingers moved quickly on the keyboard, like a soldier with a gun guarding his country. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. 19 years ago, you failed. You didn't succeed. You didn't succeed. Liars. All liars. All of you are lying to me. I won't be so gullible. Don't try to lie to me. On the screen, Song Haichuan began to hysterically dance, but he was trapped in the laboratory and couldn't even open the door to get out. At this moment, Lu Jin straightened up from behind the computer screen and turned on the voice input. He looked at Song Haichuan on the wall-mounted TV and said seriously, "You're trapped by me. If you want to get out, show me your sincerity in exchange." Only then did Song Jining understand. She was surprised and delighted. She looked at Lu Jin and said, "This is a trap." "I thought you were really modeling AI." Lu Jin nodded and said calmly, "It's not that easy to model AI. It's just a cover." "Yes, it's a trap. I connected this software to the internet. You know, that AI is everywhere now. As long as it's connected to the internet, it can detect danger even if it's at the ends of the world. This Song Haichuan is the trap I dug for it. It doesn't want to be Song Haichuan that much. I'll let it stay here forever." He opened the internet and used Song Haichuan's image to model. Their opponents, who were hiding in the dark, had been paying close attention to the Special Operations Forces network system. I opened a back door for it and made it think that it had attacked without anyone noticing. Lu Jin's tone became smug as he waved the Bluetooth mouse in his hand. "And then you trapped it." Song Jining was overjoyed. "Then can we order it to release Ninji?" Lu Jin laughed out loud. It wasn't a normal laugh, but a laugh that had been electronically altered. The frequency of this laughter could interfere with the computer's CPU function. For an AI that relied on the CPU to deliver energy, this kind of laughter was like a magic sound that penetrated the brain and gave it the greatest stimulation. As expected, it was a little confused. On the screen, Song Haichuan was hugging his head and banging his head against the wall in the laboratory, screaming hysterically. But at that moment, Lu Jin seemed to have clicked on the wrong option. On the screen, Song Haichuan suddenly stopped. He looked up, then quickly ran towards the door. He was as fast as lightning, almost leaving an afterimage in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Song Haichuan on the screen calmed down. His eyes were even a little dull as he stood there motionless. Song Jining was also stunned. "It's running away." "It won't run away so easily, will it?" Lu Jin finally relaxed. He closed the only port that allowed the outside world to connect to. He wiped his sweat and said, "It's not easy to track it." Tracking Song Jining's horizons were once again broadened. "You put a tracking program on that AI. If you want to take, you must first give. If you don't give it some sweetness, how could it rashly fall in?" Lu Jin smiled smugly. "Let's see if it can find out that I've infected it." Watch Startzue new chapter section. Please go Tang Kush shop, mobile address. Chapter 2255. Song Jining was amazed. She didn't hide her admiration for Lu Jin at all. "General Lu, doesn't this mean that you've already controlled this AI?" "Of course not." Lu Jin shrugged regretfully and spread his hands. "As a biomedical scientist, I can infect cells with viruses, but I can't say that I control the cells that are infected with the virus. These are two different things." "Oh." Song Jining's voice was slightly disappointed, but she quickly pulled herself together and said, "That's okay. Now that you've infected this AI, you can't not gain anything, right?" "Hee, I'll definitely gain something." As Lu Jin spoke, he clicked on another small program in his quantum computer inside. "Actually, I still admire your father, Elder Song, more. There wasn't a quantum computer a few decades ago. How did he use a simple 25 lines of source code to contain everything? Because this meant a huge amount of calculations. Even the current supercomputers couldn't run it smoothly. It was only Lu Jin's quantum computer that had achieved a breakthrough at the quantum level that could turn a huge amount of calculations into basic operations. Speaking of this, Although Song Jining admired her father very much, she still said objectively, I really don't know about that. I wasn't by my father's side when he wrote these 25 lines of source code. Loneliness produces poets, but in fact, loneliness also produces scientists. Lu Jin was silent for a moment, then grinned. He was just short of stuffing a big pipe into his mouth. Acting like Einstein, he said casually, your father, Elder Song, and I are both lonely people, so our scientific achievements have reached the pinnacle. The corners of Song Jining's mouth twitched. She thought to herself that it wasn't easy to make the proud Lu Jin say something like equal. Song Jining nodded. She was about to agree when Lu Jin said, I'm just being polite. Don't take it seriously. Actually, your father's achievements still can't compare to mine. Don't be too excited, and don't thank me. Song Jining, she also wanted to take back her previous words. At that moment, Song Jining understood how Gu Nianji felt when she was with Lu Jin. Thinking of Gu Nianji, Song Jining's mood became even lower. She rubbed her forehead and sighed. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Nianji wouldn't have been in danger. You're thinking too much. Lu Jin turned to face his computer disapprovingly. My girl is so powerful. She's like Tang Seng. Everyone wants to take a bite out of her. How do you know this trap isn't for her? But this trap was set for me from the beginning. Nianji is just an innocent bystander. Song Jining said tactfully. She didn't expect Lu Jin to fight for this. It wasn't a good thing, so she didn't want to admit it. Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at her. His face was full of seriousness. Believe me, you're the fish in the pond. If my girl didn't save you, both of you would have been trapped. If that's the case, why don't she sacrifice herself and let you out? In this way, we've gained another person. Logically speaking, this was the optimal result. Although my girl is not an AI, when she wants to think logically, even an AI is no match for her. But... Song Jining couldn't help repeating Lu Jin's words. Is that how you use these two words? What did I do wrong? Lu Jin glared at her. It sounds like you're regretting that your daughter isn't an AI. Song Jining was also a scientist, so she decided to be straightforward. Pfft. What is an AI? How dare you compare it to my girl? Lu Jin retorted without hesitation, which amused Song Jining. She waved her hand in surrender. All right, whatever you say. I won't argue with you. I'll leave first then. I won't disturb your work. Lu Jin nodded. Okay, I'm going to make something, so I won't see you off. Song Jining didn't mind and walked out of Lu Jin's room with a smile. Lu Yuan was waiting quietly outside the door with his arms crossed. Seeing her come out, Lu Yuan put down his arms and walked over. What's wrong? Is there any progress? It's not bad. We can rest assured that the general will help along the way. Song Jining spoke vaguely. She felt that if Lu Yuan wanted to know the details, he should ask Lu Jin. She didn't want to be the middleman. Lu Yuan wasn't as good at science as Lu Jin and Song Jining, so he didn't ask further. He just said, if you need my help, just let me know. I know. I won't stand on ceremony along the way. Song Jining smiled and nodded. Let's go back first. Maybe there'll be news in a few days. Song Jining and Lu Yuan walked back. Lu Jin sat alone in the laboratory. He turned the computer chair out from behind the computer desk and faced the huge wall-mounted TV on the wall. He had already started his own small program and established a connection with the code that had infected the AI. In order not to attract the AI's attention, or rather, in order to delay the AI's attention as much as possible, he embedded that code into the AI's perception system, which was the same function as the human eye. Through this code, it was as if he had put on a pair of glasses that could take pictures and broadcast live. Whatever the AI saw on the computer would be converted into images and transmitted to the terminal receiving device. Of course, it was Lu Jin's quantum computer. He was indeed taking a huge risk by doing this, and he wasn't sure how long he could hide it. He just wanted to understand this AI as much as possible and then come up with a counterattack program. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. This was an impeccable art of war, and what he was facing was no less than a war between humans and AI. However, for Lu Jin, this was only his battlefield. His only goal was to save his daughter. As the lights in the laboratory dimmed, Lu Jin's gaze focused on the wall-mounted TV. What was shown on the TV was what the AI saw in the game. In other words, this was the game scene that the AI was experiencing. Lu Jin was also a little curious. It was an AI that was born from a computer program. Could it also play games? At first, the image on the TV was very dim, as if there was nothing, but it also seemed as if there was something densely packed between heaven and earth. Although it couldn't be seen, no one could ignore their existence. Lu Jin sat up straight and became very serious. If he wasn't mistaken, this image was at the microelectronic level. In other words, what the AI was showing now was the same visual effect as a high-powered electron microscope. But soon, the images under the microscope disappeared, and the light from the TV gradually brightened. He saw the dim yellow and primitive earth. He couldn't see the vegetation or the actual scenery clearly, but thick lines gradually appeared. They were either straight lines, triangles, rectangles, and ovals. They weren't very standard, and the lines were very rough. But gradually, they formed images, like totems of sacrifices in ancient times, with a primitive and vigorous vitality. Lu Jin quickly took a screenshot of the image with his phone and used a graphic search software to see what this place was. In the end, he found that this was really a special attraction on Blue Planet, the Nazca line. Chapter 2256. It was actually the Nazca line. It sounded familiar. Lu Jin quickly found out the origin of the Nazca line. The Nazca line, also known as the Nazca giant painting, was found in the Nazca Desert in Peru, South America, so it was named the Nazca line. In the beginning, no one knew what these winding lines were for. It wasn't until later, when someone looked down from above, that they realized that the rough and crude lines were connected together to form a primitive sketch. Later on, it was discovered that the Nazca line was probably an agricultural irrigation channel in ancient times. Later on, the land became desertified, so there was naturally no agriculture. These irrigation channels were also abandoned, but they still lay across the vast land, telling future generations that there had once been a highly developed irrigation agricultural civilization here. Lu Jin nodded thoughtfully and muttered to himself, "It's looking down from above, so it's looking at this scene from above." It was, of course, the AI that had been unknowingly infected. The image displayed on the TV in front of Lu Jin was the game scene seen by the AI's eyes. It was also Lu Jin's direct method of understanding the AI. Lu Jin wondered why the AI wanted to look down at the Nazca line from above, so he went to check its coordinates. However, before he could find out, the image on the TV changed again. At this time, an extremely blue ocean appeared. The blue was the same color as the sky above Bolivia's mirror of the sky. It was an almost penetrating blue. Where was this ocean? Lu Jin propped his head up with one hand and silently watched the scene on the TV change. Soon, he didn't have to find out where this place was. Because a huge landmark appeared on the TV, a giant stone statue. The 15 stone statues stood side by side, looking forward in solitude. A sense of history, as if they were thinking of the long passage of time between heaven and earth, and weeping in sorrow, overwhelmed them. This was Easter Island. The stone statues on the island were called moai by the local natives. They used to be used for sacrifices, but now they had become a famous tourist attraction on the entire blue planet. There was probably no one who didn't know about the giant stone statues on Easter Island. Lu Jin keenly noticed that the AI's perspective had changed again. It was no longer looking down from above like when he looked at the Nazca line, but looking up, as if he was standing at the feet of these moai giant stone statues and looking up. At first glance, humans felt extremely small in front of nature. They even felt like crawling in front of their own creations. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow and smiled. This AI is really interesting. But this time, the AI did not stay on Easter Island for long. Soon, Lu Jin's vision blurred. The blue, almost transparent sea on the television had disappeared, and the grayish-black, abstract moai stone statues were also gone. Instead, there was a sea of colors. There was an orange-yellow that was as bright as the most dazzling gold, an unrestrained bright red, a cold bright blue, a grassland-like green, a romantic lavender purple, and a black and white zebra. It was so colorful that one's eyes would become colorblind. There was also cheerful music coming from the TV, the unique samba dance music, and the scantily clad swaying crowd, crowding the streets so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass. Everyone had a drunken look on their faces, as if they had drunk 2 liters of vodka. They were unable to control their body movements, and their hearts were filled with excitement. It's the famous Brazilian carnival all over the blue planet. Lu Jin frowned, thinking that this AI was really close to humans. What was it yearning for? At that moment, Senden the IFE game, Gunyenji was still staying in her second-hand house in the Hipingli district. She had no intention of going out to attend the last day of the oral defense. She realized that as long as she didn't leave the house, her time in the game would stop. If it wasn't 7:00, she would never be late. How interesting. She didn't know what the AI had gone to do, but it didn't send any more NPCs to urge her to go out. Gunyenji grimaced and planned to sit back in front of the computer and play a few games of the silly game that came with DOWS to kill time. She didn't know if it was because of the jealousy of the same trade, but Gunyenji found that everything in the game could be simulated exactly like the real thing, except for the computer. All the computers in the game were at a low level of intelligence, and it was very difficult to calculate addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. The entire game was already controlled by the AI generated by the computer's intelligence. This was really interesting. Gunyenji smiled and shook her head. She had just turned on the computer in the game when she suddenly realized that she was a little hungry. She knew that she had been dragging it out for a few hours, but hadn't the time in the game stopped for her? Why could she still feel hungry? Gunyenji rubbed her stomach, a little confused. She thought about it for a while, then stood up and walked to the window. She opened the curtains to take a look. The sky outside was still dusky, so she couldn't tell what time it was. She looked at her watch, and it was still stopped at 7:00. But she was really hungry. Gunyenji was also a computer expert, so she had a deep understanding of online games. She knew that the most important thing in this kind of simulated reality game was the time scale. There was no time scale, but what simulated reality? For example, in this game, she had to go to the defense, so from the moment she'd entered the scene, the time series of the defense began. This was the embedded time in the game. And what the characters in the game felt was this embedded time. After a long time, there would be a feeling of hunger. After working hard, there would be a feeling of fatigue. This was the internal logic of simulated reality. If this logic was abandoned, then it wouldn't be a simulated reality, but a fantasy world. Gunyenji was very sure that this game was designed to simulate reality and give you a second chance. So it wouldn't be the kind of fantasy game where you could knock down a mountain with one punch, and that kind of scene wouldn't appear. But the time she saw now was still, and the embedded time in the game was still moving forward. Wasn't this contradictory? Gu Nianji frowned as she sat in front of the computer and tapped the keyboard unconsciously, wondering what was going on. Her gaze swept aimlessly across the computer screen, as if she wasn't focused on anything, but in fact, she saw every display on the computer screen clearly. It didn't take long for her to realize that something was wrong. The time displayed on the computer screen in front of her was moving. It wasn't like the wall clock in her room or the watch on her wrist, which was always in a stagnant state. No, or rather, the wall clock in her room and the watch on her wrist weren't always in a stagnant state. Instead, the game scene in front of her was constantly restarting. In other words, every time the embedded time in the game moved forward, the entire scene would be restarted. It was like a person running on a treadmill. Every time he moved forward, he would be brought back by the treadmill's tracks. It looked like he was walking in place and hadn't left the starting point. But the runner was still running. He would feel tired and hungry. And in this game's embedded time, every step forward could be a second, a tenth of a second, or even a thousandth of a second. In such a short period of time, as a game character, Gu Nianji couldn't intuitively feel the game scene constantly restarting. She could only see that the time on the wall clock and watch in the game hadn't changed. Indeed, it hadn't changed because they were constantly going back to the previous second. How could it change? Most people would be fooled, but Gu Nianji was the best at figuring out the details. If the opponent's logical ability was slightly worse, they would be fooled by her. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She snapped her fingers and said, "That's all." So this AI actually used this method to force her out of the room. After understanding the whole process, she couldn't help scoffing. You only have so little brain. In order to trap me, you only know how to use this stupid method of constantly restarting. I just overestimated you. Gu Nianji rubbed her stomach and grumbled bluntly, I'm starving to death. What's the point of arguing? If there's no delicious food for me, I'll never leave this room. She made a declaration and sat back in front of the computer to wait. Not long after, the doorbell on her door rang again. Gu Nianji quickly poked her head into the peephole to take a look. Who did she see? It was actually Lu Yuan. He was wearing a suit and standing at the door with a smile. He was still holding a food box in his hand. Watch Sue new chapter section please come Tang Cook Company, mobile address. Chapter 2257. Gu Nianji knew that this was the NPC Lu Yuan sent by the AI, because when she was defending her thesis, Lu Yuan was still trapped in the other world, but she couldn't expose it. She couldn't even think about the other world. Because if she thought about it, Lu Yuan's true identity as someone who had returned from the other world would be exposed. However, she still couldn't help drooling over the food box in NPC Lu Yuan's hand. Why is it President Lu? What a rare guest. Come in, come in. Gu Nianji happily opened the door and let Lu Yuan in. Lu Yuan was still as gentle and elegant as ever. He handed the food box to Gu Nianji and walked in. He looked around and said, "Aren't you going to defend your thesis today? Why aren't you going yet? You're almost late, aren't you?" Gu Nianji resisted thinking about where Lu Yuan was at this time and said naturally, "I'm hungry. I'm so hungry that I can't walk or drive. How am I going to defend my thesis?" She turned around to look at NPC Lu Yuan and blinked slyly. "But President Lu brought me food, so it's different." NPC Lu Yuan smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He sat down next to her at the dining table and urged her, "Then eat quickly. I'll send you to your thesis defense after you finish eating." "No need, right?" Gu Nianji pretended to decline. "President Lu is so busy. How can I ask you to send me? You should go back first." I'm afraid that Miss Song will be unhappy if I delay your work. Chloe won't. She likes you so much, why would she care about this? Lu Yuan got up and poured himself a glass of water. He seemed to be very familiar with the small kitchen. Chloe. Gu Nianji's eyes flickered. Miss Song's English name is Chloe. That's a nice name. Of course, it's only right that you don't know. When I met her, you weren't even around yet, NPC Lu Yuan said frivolously, his expression a little strange. Gu Nianji's heart didn't waver at all. Instead, she wanted to laugh. She skillfully opened the food box and began to eat what NPC Lu Yuan had prepared for her. As she had expected, NPC Lu Yuan's cooking skills were far inferior to the real Lu Yuan's outside the game. Although it tasted pretty good, it wasn't on the same level as something really delicious. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. President Lu, why has your cooking skills regressed? It's not as delicious as before. The expression of NPC Lu Yuan, who had been enjoying himself just a moment ago, immediately darkened. His voice was slightly stiff. Why have you regressed? I made it exactly according to the recipe. The time, the heat, and the amount were all right. Why is it not as delicious as before? It will only taste better than before. That's not right. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. Have you tried the food you made? NPC Lu Yuan subconsciously shook his head. This is prepared for you. How can I eat it? I said taste, not eat. Gu Nianji took another bite and waved her chopsticks at NPC Lu Yuan. Go and find out for yourself what's the difference between tasting and eating. You're an NPC. How could he not have the slightest awareness? What is your AI doing? His Chinese is so bad, he can't be Chinese, right? NPC Lu Yuan's expression seemed to become even uglier, but he did not continue to speak. He took out his phone and began to check the dictionary that came with his phone. Gu Nianji did not let go of the opportunity to provoke him. She continued to add fuel to the fire. Also, you cooked for me to eat, so I'm the only judge who can judge the dishes you made. If I say it's not as delicious as before, then it's not as delicious as before. What's the use of saying that? You're just an examinee, and I'm the examiner. If I say you didn't do it well, then it's not good. If you don't agree, then hang yourself. NPC Lu Yuan finally realized that Gu Nianji was deliberately finding fault with him. His face darkened as he said, "You're wrong. Can't I refute it?" Refute it. Go ahead. Gu Nianji shrugged. You can try to refute it with logic and knowledge. Instead of echoing what others say like a parrot. NPC Lu Yuan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was stumped by Gu Nianji's words. He wanted to refute it from the logical level, but Gu Nianji's examinee and examiner had bound his logic. Of course, the examinee couldn't say whether the questions he had answered were right or wrong, especially for such subjective questions. It wasn't math, where 1 + 1 = 2. If the examiner said it was wrong, he could still argue. Now, only the person who ate the dishes could judge whether the dishes were delicious or not, because everyone's tastes were different. Perhaps some people liked the dishes, but others didn't. There was no universal truth. NPC Lu Yuan fell into an unprecedented logical contradiction. Gu Nianji smiled as she looked at NPC Lu Yuan's conflicted expression. She felt that the virtual food wasn't that bad anymore. She slowly finished her meal before saying to NPC Lu Yuan, "Don't think about it. If you think about it anymore, your circuits will burn. Go, wash the dishes for me, clean up the kitchen, and we'll set off." NPC Lu Yuan was stunned. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. Could he deny that he wasn't an NPC? But how retarded would he be to prove that he was real? NPC Lu Yuan didn't say anything. He silently got up to wash the dishes and clean up the kitchen. After everything was done, he walked to Gu Nianji's side and asked, "Can we go now?" Gu Nianji smiled and said, "I still have to dress up." "Dress up what?" NPC Lu Yuan seemed a little impatient. "Can't we go now?" "Of course I have to dress up exactly the same as that day." Gu Nianji's casual words immediately shut NPC Lu Yuan up. "That's right, I just wanted to see the exact same scene as that day." So NPC Lu Yuan stood by the door and watched as Gu Nianji sat in front of the dressing table and carefully tied her seaweed-like long hair into a bun. Then, she put on sunglasses, a scarf, and a mask. She tied thick pads to her knees and wrists. Then, she carried her school bag and walked towards him, fully armed. "Let's go. Let's go to the defense now." Gu Nianji smiled and snapped her fingers. "You can go back. I'll send you there." NPC Lu Yuan was still very insistent. "Okay, but I have to drive myself," Gu Nianji emphasized and adjusted the shoulder strap of her school bag. "Okay." NPC Lu Yuan replied after a while. It was obvious that he was receiving some instructions. Gu Nianji couldn't be bothered with the AI's little tricks and strode out of the apartment in Heartwarming. As the elevator went down to the parking lot on the first floor, someone whistled a few times at her. It was exactly the same as that day. Gu Nianji released her memories bit by bit and walked out of the elevator. The scene in front of her also changed from a misty gray to a heavy metal garage. Cars of all sizes were parked here and looked blurry. Only a big red custom-made Ferrari sports car was unusually clear and conspicuous. Gu Nianji was even more certain of her guess. She walked to her big red sports car as if there was no one else around, opened the door, and got into the car. NPC Lu Yuan followed her and sat in the passenger seat. The car lights flashed twice in the dim garage, and Gu Nianji saw the man whistling across from her. The two men across from her subconsciously raised their arms to cover their eyes. Gu Nianji curled her lips slightly and stepped on the accelerator. The custom-made Ferrari sports car with excellent performance sped forward like lightning. Chapter 2258. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up as scenes appeared in her mind. These weren't in her memories, but she had imagined them half-truthfully. Someone once said that the most brilliant lie was 90% true and 10% false. However, Gu Nianji felt that in this game, as long as she could convince herself that these were true, then they would be true. She held the steering wheel and drove to the surface along the winding path in the underground garage. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes as the light shone in her face. The eyes behind the sunglasses were filled with a different kind of excitement and agitation. "Didn't you want to see? Then come on." NPC Lu Yuan was also sitting beside her. He was focused on the road ahead, as if he was looking for something or recording something. Gu Nianji glanced at him and drove out of the Heartwarming apartment complex to the small road at the entrance of the complex. There was a black Mercedes-Benz by the side of the road. It looked very low-key, but in Gu Nianji's mind, it appeared to be a glowing black, like translucent glass. She could vaguely see the person sitting in the car. The red sports car sped past the black Mercedes-Benz like the wind. The black Mercedes-Benz quickly followed. Gu Nianji's custom-made red Ferrari luxury sports car was like a beautiful scenery in the dark winter morning. It was still early, and the imperial capital was still asleep. There weren't many cars or pedestrians on the streets. Only a few breakfast shops had just opened for business. Gu Nianji drove past the familiar restaurant in her memory. She didn't stop to buy breakfast as usual because she had already eaten her fill at home from the food NPC Lu Yuan had brought. The black Mercedes-Benz behind her didn't continue to follow Gu Nianji's car. Instead, it quickly took a shortcut and drove directly to the entrance of the highway. Near the fork at the entrance of the highway was a small long-distance truck parking lot. It was a place where cheap hotels and fast food restaurants gathered. It was specially designed for long-distance truck drivers to rest and eat. The black Mercedes-Benz drove over and slowly stopped by the side of the road. The dark brown glass window rolled down, revealing the side profile of a handsome man inside the car. Gu Nianji also stopped not far away. The person driving the black Mercedes-Benz in front didn't seem to know that Gu Nianji had unknowingly run behind him. Gu Nianji looked ahead expressionlessly. She could feel that NPC Lu Yuan, who was sitting next to her, could no longer suppress his emotions. However, it was also very powerful. Its breathing only became slightly rough before it calmed down and continued to look forward without saying a word. Gu Nianji looked at the drivers who had stopped for a short while. They looked very tired. Since most of them had driven long distances, almost all of the drivers were exhausted. Their eyes were red, and they could only rely on cigarettes, strong tea, or black coffee, as well as some drinks containing illegal drugs to keep them awake. At this time, the door of the black Mercedes-Benz opened, and the handsome young man got out of the car. He went to buy some fast food and took a stroll around. His figure was tall and slender, and his clothes were low-key and luxurious. He was somewhat out of place here. He had no intention of opening the bag of breakfast in his hand. He walked to the trash can at the corner and threw the breakfast he had just bought into it. He obviously wouldn't eat the food here. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. This man was Ishihara Taro. NPC Lu Yuan turned around and asked her quietly. Who are you looking at? Looking at that person. Gu Nianji tapped her fingers on the steering wheel and said with a smile, Look at him. Doesn't he look like a dog? Why do you say that? NPC Lu Yuan seemed very surprised. You know him. Do you have a grudge against him? How would I know him? Gu Nianji chuckled and said to NPC Lu Yuan, Go out of this service area. In front of you is the place where long-distance trucks are parked for repair. There's an 18-wheeler truck driver over there who's changing the wheels. Help me give this to him and tell him that I'm here to return the money. Gu Nianji casually took out an envelope from the car. There was $100 bill inside and she handed it to NPC Lu Yuan. You still owe him money. NPC Lu Yuan was very surprised. I told you to go, so go. Why are you asking so much nonsense? Can't you see that I'm going to be late? Gu Nianji deliberately pretended to be angry and glared at NPC Lu Yuan. NPC Lu Yuan had no choice but to open the door and get out of the car and walk forward. Not long after, the black Mercedes-Benz also drove out of the service area inside. It was in the same direction as NPC Lu Yuan and also had to pass through the area where long-distance trucks were parked for repair. However, NPC Lu Yuan had already walked there. He looked around and only saw an 18-wheeler truck driver who was changing the tires. It should be him. NPC Lu Yuan's eyes were deep as he quickly walked over. In such a place where long-distance trucks gathered, changing the wheels was a very common scene. At that moment, an auntie who was working in the parking area hurried over with a bucket of water. Gu Nianji followed her out and focused her gaze on the almost translucent black Mercedes-Benz in front of her. She saw Ishihara Taro look down at his watch, then stretch his pale and slender wrist out of the Mercedes-Benz and flicked out a shiny gold coin. Gu Nianji's pupils suddenly shrank. It had begun. A golden light flashed in front of the auntie who had been carrying the bucket just now. She was caught off guard and took a step back. She swung the bucket in her hand forward. The water in the bucket immediately rippled out. It was supposed to be all drenched on the driver who was changing the tires not far in front of her. But at that moment, NPC Lu Yuan walked over with an envelope in his hand and happened to stand behind the driver who was squatting on the ground to change the tires. In the end, the bucket of water was all poured on NPC Lu Yuan. NPC Lu Yuan was talking to the driver. "Hello, someone asked me to give this to you." He said he wanted to return the money. It was common for long-distance bus drivers to owe each other money and return it. The driver didn't even ask who had returned the money. He took the envelope and looked at it. He smiled and said, "Thank you." He then looked at NPC Lu Yuan's wet clothes and clicked his tongue. There are replacement clothes in the service area in front. Although they are all cheap goods, they are all dry. It is more comfortable to wear than wet ones. After the driver finished speaking, he squatted down happily and continued to change the tires. If he had been the one who had been drenched in cold water just now, he would have been so angry that he would have jumped up and down. He wouldn't have cared about the tires in his hands. But now, a man in a suit and leather shoes had suddenly appeared to block the disaster for him. Moreover, he had also received 100 yuan. His mood was so good that he was exceptionally serious when he did things. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." The auntie carrying the bucket stammered as she apologized to NPC Lu Yuan. NPC Lu Yuan waved his hand casually. "It's fine. You can go." The auntie carrying the bucket immediately slipped away like a rabbit. At this time, if she didn't leave, would she stay here and be scolded? She might even have to pay for his clothes. The suit on that person's body was obviously high-end. She couldn't afford to pay for it. NPC Lu Yuan shook his head and looked back in Gu Nianji's direction. However, Gu Nianji's big red sports car wasn't where it had been just now. Where did it go? While NPC Lu Yuan was looking around, the driver had already tightened the tires. He stood up and said with a smile, "Thank you for just now. I'm leaving." "Where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride?" "No need. I'm looking for the person who brought me here just now." NPC Lu Yuan suppressed the anxiety in his heart and said politely. The driver threw down the wrench, took the jack back and threw it into the car. He wiped his face with a towel and nodded at NPC Lu Yuan. He got into the car with a smile and slammed the door. He looked ahead. Although the sky was dark and looked like it was going to snow, he was in a good mood and couldn't help but celebrate. He couldn't drink while driving, so he took out a can of drink with banned drugs and gulped it down. He immediately felt more energetic. He slammed on the accelerator, and the 18-wheeler let out a low roar. It rushed out of the resting area of the long-distance truck and drove towards the fork at the entrance of the highway. At that moment, a very flashy red luxury sports car sped past his eyes. The driver became excited when he saw the big red car. He involuntarily stepped on the accelerator and followed. NPC Lu Yuan then realized that Gu Nianji's big red sports car had run in front of the black Mercedes-Benz again. When did she change positions? She really came and went like a ghost. NPC Lu Yuan looked at Gu Nianji's big red sports car and gave her the middle finger. He cursed in his heart as he calculated what he should do next. His gaze involuntarily turned to the black Mercedes-Benz. The person in the car seemed to have a telepathic connection with him and actually stopped beside him. The car window rolled down, and the pale and handsome young man inside looked at him. He smiled and said, "Do you want to come up and leave with me? We look like fellow travelers." Chapter 2259. NPC Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. He stared at the young man for a while, as if he was fighting with himself in his mind, but also as if he was calculating some unknown consequences. But the young man's smile was too attractive. Although his calculations told him that he shouldn't get in the car, he couldn't help but sit next to the young man. The words of fellow traveler deeply attracted him. The door of the black Mercedes-Benz closed, and the driver in front started the car. He followed the 18-wheeler unhurriedly and got on the fork at the entrance of the highway. In front of the tanker, there was a conspicuous red luxury sports car. It was Gu Nianji's car. Gu Nianji curled her lips and turned to look at her watch. The time on her watch was still 6:30 in the morning. Actually, according to the actual time that day, it was already several 6:30 in the morning. Gu Nianji smiled silently, put on her Bluetooth headset, and made a call like she had last time. Hello. Is this the main lava volcano cake shop in Dongqing? I ordered 11 lava volcano cakes from you yesterday, with raspberries and vanilla ice cream. Can you help me send them to Professor He Jichu's place at B University immediately? His phone number is... Gu Nianji quickly finished speaking and reminded him again, it must be delivered at 7:30. It's best if it's no earlier or later. The set meal of 11 volcanic cakes with raspberries and vanilla ice cream cost several hundred yuan each, so 11 would indeed cost her a lot of money. However, it was in the game anyway, and she wasn't spending real money, so she didn't feel the pinch at all. Gu Nianji held the steering wheel and got on the highway after getting an affirmative answer from the other party. The highway in the game was like the only chasm that led to the heavens on a cliff covered in dark clouds. Only this road was clear, and both sides of the highway were covered in thick fog. Gu Nianji was a little dazed. This scene was a little similar to the path on the cliff that she had passed when she was escaping for her life in the German Alps. Of course, it wasn't this spacious. At 6:30 in the morning, there weren't many cars on the highway. As usual, there were only long-distance trucks at this time. Occasionally, there were a few private cars, but they drove very slowly and didn't compete with the trucks. Gu Nianji stepped on the accelerator and sped forward. She was going to the thesis defense, so she had to hurry. Therefore, she did not give way, but drove faster than the trucks and tankers. In the black Mercedes-Benz behind them, NPC Lu Yuan looked ahead with a calm expression. He only used the corner of his eye to look at the pale and handsome young man sitting next to him. It was as if he was curious, but also as if he was evaluating. This young man was, of course, Ishihara Taro. He ignored the NPC Lu Yuan and stared straight ahead. Gu Nianji counted the time. She knew that she had ordered a cake from the lava volcano cake shop in Dongqing district, and the delivery person would take the highway to deliver 11 cake sets to B University. Usually, no one would order a cake delivery so early at this time. So when the delivery tricycle suddenly swerved around the corner, it brushed past a white BMW. In the white BMW was Ishihara Wakashi, Ishihara Taro's grandfather and also Ishihara Baisan's father. Ishihara Wakashi's driver, of course, couldn't stand being frightened by an ordinary tricycle driver and would curse at him. The delivery man on the tricycle knew that he hadn't gotten the BMW and had been scolded for no reason. He would be angry and cause trouble for the other party. He would think of a way to occupy the main lane and force Ishihara Wakashi's BMW to the point that it couldn't speed up. Under such circumstances, Ishihara Wakashi, who wanted to go to the airport immediately to fly back to Japan, would swallow his anger and ask his driver to take the highway to the airport. Originally, they didn't need to take the highway because they had been delayed by Gu Nianji's tricycle. The driver could only take the nearest highway because he was in a hurry. And this highway happened to be opposite the two-way highway that Ishihara Taro had planned to use to trick Gu Nianji. At that time, Gu Nianji had done precise calculations and unleashed the power of chaos mathematics. She had grasped all the timing just right. She had even taken into account the delay caused by the dispute between the two parties. But this time, because Gu Nianji had taken the NPC Lu Yuan into account, the situation should be different. According to Ishihara Taro's calculations at the time, the 18-wheeler would not be able to tighten the screws because it had been splashed with water when it was changing its tires. When it got on the highway, the tires would fall off and cause a major traffic accident. Gu Nianji would die in the traffic accident caused by the explosion of the oil tanker. But at that time, Gu Nianji beat him at his own game and made use of Ishihara Taro's plan to make him suffer. And this time, NPC Lu Yuan helped the driver of the 18-wheeler to block the water. The cold water did not splash on the driver, so of course the driver did not get angry. So he tightened the screws normally. When they reached the highway, Gu Nianji knew that the tires of the 18-wheeler would not fall off. The situation would be different later. So the two cars drove for a while, one in front and one behind. Nothing abnormal happened. Ishihara Taro, who was sitting in the black Mercedes, was still giving orders as usual. NPC Lu Yuan beside him clenched his fists and looked at him. "What do you want to do?" Ishihara Taro looked excited. "Of course, I want the car in front to have an accident. Did you see that? That car's tires are about to fall off." NPC Lu Yuan, his gaze moved back and forth between Ishihara Taro and the 18-wheeler oil tanker in front. Nothing happened to the 18-wheeler oil tanker in front. Ishihara Taro's expression became more and more disappointed. How could this be? I clearly calculated it well. Something should have happened to it. Ishihara Taro hugged his head and shouted in despair. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. I calculated it well. I calculated it many times. He shouted hysterically. His pale and handsome face was abnormally red. There was a kind of extreme paranoia and morbid beauty. NPC Lu Yuan looked at him and asked in confusion, "What do you mean it shouldn't be like this? Do you know what will happen?" Ishihara Taro pointed at the 18-wheeler oil tanker in front and said excitedly, "Of course I know. I calculated it all. The tires of that car should have flown off by now. Also, that driver drank my special drink. He should only be interested in red." At that moment, there was only Gu Nianji's big red sports car on the highway. This was also what Ishihara Taro had calculated. At this time, there would be no other red cars to distract the 18-wheeler oil tanker driver. That driver would only stare at Gu Nianji's big red sports car. He was like an enraged bull in the bullring. He could only see red and would only be led by red. Lu Jin sat in front of the big wall-mounted TV in his laboratory. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he watched the thrilling scene on the TV. He had not expected that such a scene would come from the small program he had infected the AI. In the dim sky, a gray highway was like a long sword, cutting through the thick fog on the screen. Lu Jin could clearly see everything on the two-way highway. The big red luxury sports car, the black Mercedes-Benz, the 18-wheeler oil tanker, and the white BMW that had been squeezed onto the highway by the tricycle delivering the cake also quietly drove into the picture. Just as Ishihara Taro's white BMW got onto the two-way highway, something happened on Gu Nianji's side. The 18-wheeler oil tanker not far behind her suddenly accelerated. With a whoosh, it chased after the red sports car in front of it. Gu Nianji had been staring at the 18-wheeler oil tanker from the rearview mirror. Seeing it accelerate was within her expectations, so she stepped on the accelerator as well. Under normal circumstances, no matter how fast an 18-wheeler oil tanker was, how could it be faster than a Ferrari sports car? Therefore, Gu Nianji wasn't too worried. Moreover, she knew that this was the game she had set up. Here, she should be the rule and the master. She hadn't given the 18-wheeler oil tanker any special settings, so the car wouldn't be in a situation that exceeded her expectations. However, when the 18-wheeler oil tanker got closer and closer to her car, Gu Nianji's heart sank. She knew that something was wrong. It seemed that the AI wasn't satisfied with watching what had happened at the time. It wanted to personally take action. Otherwise, how could this 18-wheeler oil tanker drive faster than her sports car? Of course, such an abnormal phenomenon would only occur in the game, when one was free from the physical restrictions of reality. Gu Nianji snorted coldly. Since you can break free from the physical restrictions, then so can I. She suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari sports car immediately sped up to 500 miles per hour. If it went any faster, she would be driving at the supersonic speed of a fighter jet. Lu Jin suddenly stood up. His mouth was slightly open as he looked at the TV screen. His daughter, Gu Nianji, had driven the sports car like a roller coaster. The TV sound system even rumbled with a sonic boom. On the highway, the 18-wheeler oil tanker, which was driving at nearly 500 miles per hour, was even more terrifying than Gu Nianji's sports car. If the mass and kinetic energy of its driving and the energy of the crude oil in the oil tanker were added up, it was no longer an 18-wheeler truck. It was a moving missile. It was no exaggeration to say that anyone who was hit by it would be smashed to pieces. As the two cars got closer and closer, Gu Nianji caught a glimpse of Ishihara Wakashi's white BMW on the opposite highway. She sneered. "Come on, I'll let you die again." Gu Nianji quickly made a decision. She gripped the steering wheel with both hands and used all her strength to suddenly accelerate towards the median of the highway. At this time, the 18-wheeler should have lost control and crashed into the median of the highway because the tires had fallen off. However, it didn't have any tires, and it was still chasing after Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji drove so fast that everyone who saw this thought that she would lose control and crash into the median of the highway. Just as she was about to crash into the median of the highway, Gu Nianji immediately turned the steering wheel in the opposite direction at this critical moment. She forcefully turned the red sports car around and brushed past the median of the highway with a whoosh. The excellent performance of the custom-made Ferrari sports car was fully demonstrated at this moment. He drew a perfect S-shaped path on this side of the two-way highway. However, the 18-wheeler behind her with red eyes was not as nimble as she was if it wanted to turn around. Lu Jin only saw the 18-wheeler on the TV screen chase after Gu Nianji's car and rush towards the median of the highway. The entire car once again floated on the highway. With a whoosh, it slammed into the median. But in the next second, Gu Nianji's big red sports car had miraculously left the median and sped forward. It was so fast that it only left an afterimage on the retina. Even if the 18-wheeler had a super high speed that exceeded the limits of physics, it couldn't turn around as nimbly as a small sports car. This was limited by the basic logic of the energy balance in the game. Even AI was shackled by this basic logic in this scenario and couldn't do whatever it wanted. Although its driver hurriedly turned the steering wheel, he still roared uncontrollably and rushed onto the narrow median, cutting the two-way highway in half. At the same time, a black Mercedes-Benz that had been following closely behind the oil tanker on this side of the highway and a white BMW that was speeding over on the opposite side of the highway were caught off guard. Just like that, one in front and one behind, one on the left and one on the right, they crashed into the long rear compartment of the 18-wheeler. There was a loud bang. This time, it was even more intense than the explosion of the 18-wheeler that had already stopped. This time, the white BMW and the black Mercedes-Benz collided with the 18-wheeler that was traveling at high speed. What they had crashed into was no longer an ordinary 18-wheeler tanker, but a moving missile. A burst of black and red smoke flashed, and it was as if the smell of gunpowder could be smelled through the screen. Waves of black smoke rose from the oil tanker, and soon, raging flames ignited the entire sky. A series of explosions rang out from the rear compartment of the oil tanker. This time, not only were the two white BMW and black Mercedes-Benz that had collided with the oil tanker one after another burned to crystals by the explosion, even the 18-wheeler itself immediately disintegrated and fell into the thick flames. The huge, thick, 18-wheeler was filled with crude oil. Once it was ignited, Flames soared into the sky and black smoke filled the air. Moreover, it had been hit at high speed this time. In just an instant, it was reduced to ashes. Raging flames danced, and snowflakes fell from the sky. Lu Ji nervously searched for Gu Nianji on the television. He knew that she had escaped long ago, but he was still worried until he saw her out of danger with his own eyes. After his gaze wandered around the screen, he finally found Gu Nianji. It turned out that after Gu Nianji rushed out, she had parked the car on the emergency lane of the highway. She pushed open the car door and walked out. She was wearing a short sapphire Moncler down jacket. She was very handsome, and her blue trousers and straight-cut jeans accentuated her straight legs. The spotless white sneakers on her feet formed a strong contrast with the gray atmosphere on the highway. She leaned against the door of the bright red Ferrari sports car. She was exceptionally cold and breathtakingly beautiful. Gu Nianji wore sunglasses, and her skin was snow-white. Her face was expressionless as she looked back at the raging flames in front of her. The fire looked even more familiar, closer to the fire when she was 12 years old. That car accident had caused a serious psychological trauma to her young heart. But now, it had no effect on her. It was a kind of confidence that had been tested by practice. This was her world. She was the rule. She was the master. Even if it was an AI, it was nothing in front of her. Chapter 2260. Gu Nianji looked at the scene that was even more tragic than the last time, but her expression didn't change at all. She watched for a while, then turned to open the car door to get in. Suddenly, she saw a tall figure slowly walk out of the thick black and red smoke from the corner of her eye. The surrounding fire that could crystallize steel didn't affect him at all. Gu Nianji's hand paused on the handle of the car door. She narrowed her eyes as she watched the person walk towards her step by step. It was the image of Song Haichuan, but Gu Nianji knew that this wasn't Song Haichuan, but an AI. She looked it up and down and sneered. "What's wrong? You didn't have enough fun just now, so you want to do it again?" Song Haichuan glared at her and clenched his fists, growling, "How can you still laugh?" He turned around and pointed at the place where the flames were flickering. His voice trembled as he said, "There are 2 cars full of people. 2 cars. All gone. Don't you feel guilty at all? What did they do wrong?" "Shut up." Gu Nianji's expression was dark as she didn't hesitate to interrupt Song Haichuan, and said coldly, "If I wasn't more skilled, the person who would have been turned into ashes or even crystallized would be me. What did I do wrong again?" "But you weren't injured. They didn't succeed." Song Haichuan's voice weakened. Gu Nianji raised her head. Her slender neck was slender yet resilient. She said dryly, "Many people will subconsciously sympathize with the weaker party, but in my opinion, the weaker party that deserves sympathy can only be the innocent party. This definitely doesn't include the attempted murderer. You can't sympathize with the people who wanted to harm you just because they reaped what they sowed, can you?" Gu Nianji glanced at Song Haichuan. "If Mr. Song is such a good person," she looked around and sneered, "I really can't imagine that you would create such a virtual online game that trapped countless players." Song Haichuan froze, then immediately said, "These are 2 different things. For us players, it's the same thing." Gu Nianji opened the car door and sat in, then rolled down the window and stuck her head out to continue, "Because we only have one life." With that, he drove off in his sports car. Behind her, Song Haichuan stared at the departing figure of the big red sports car. He wiped his face and disappeared from the screen. Lu Jin, who was in front of the television, realized that the screen had gone black. He couldn't see anything at all. "What's going on? Did you lose contact with them?" Lu Jin muttered to himself. He sat back in front of his quantum computer and began to search for the small program that he had infected the AI. He found that his small program was now in a dormant state. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could this be how the AI rests? However, Lu Jin didn't wonder for long. About 30 minutes later, the big wall-mounted TV screen on his wall lit up again. This time, what he saw was the game center system that issued quests. A tall building with a large LCD screen on the wall in front of it. Quests were being displayed one after another, waiting for players to accept them. This kind of mission mode was supposed to be the second there weren't many people who played life support mode. But today, a quest had been announced that would cause a stir among players all over the world. Second Life's first boss hunt. Hunting target, Queue of Hearts. Then there were game coordinates, showing that the big boss, Queue of Hearts, was at this location. Reward, 1, receive a game mission. Reward, 10,000 game coins. The system will help you exchange them for the equivalent US dollars in the real world. 2. Successfully capture the Queue of Hearts alive. Reward, 1 million game coins. The system will help you exchange them for the equivalent US dollars in the real world. 3. Successfully hunt the Queue of Hearts and bring the corpse to the game center building. Reward, 1 billion game coins. The system will help you exchange them for the equivalent US dollars in the real world. As soon as this mission was announced, social media all over the world exploded. Second after the shadow of death, life had opened up the game and allowed everyone to find their families. It had gradually gotten back on track. Although half of the people had yet to wake up, at least there was hope. Moreover, there was the incentive of the prize money. Therefore, the number of people entering the game had increased instead of decreasing. The system, which had never interfered with people playing games in the past, had now issued the first mission. Social media all over the world was discussing who the Queue of Hearts was. The system gave a few clues. 1. The Queue of Hearts was a woman. 2. The Queue of Hearts was a woman on the special battlefront. She was good at disguising herself and using guns. She was cunning and agile. 3. The Queue of Hearts had a blood debt. She had killed many people. Everyone had the right to punish her. 4. The system couldn't give her a specific appearance. Because she was constantly changing, the system could only give her specific coordinates when she appeared. The last clue was the scariest. 5. The Queue of Hearts had infiltrated the online game from the real world. Second Life Special Spy. She was ordered to enter the game to kill people. Anyone she killed in the game would die in real life. Therefore, players who accepted the mission, please go to the game center building to sign the life and death contract. All players who accepted the mission were responsible for their own safety. The system wouldn't interfere. This last clue dissuaded many people. Most people played games for fun or to escape from reality. Who would play a stupid game where they would die in the game and die in real life? But looking at the mission conditions, they could get 10,000 US dollars just by accepting the mission. But as long as they accepted the mission, their lives would be determined by fate. After thinking about it carefully, most of the players rationally didn't accept the mission. But there were many people who accepted the mission. Because of the large number of players, even if 1 in 1,000 people accepted the mission, there would be at least 50,000 people. These 50,000 people became the bounty hunters in the game. And among these 50,000 people, professional killers and mercenaries from the real world made up the majority. After all, they made a living. It didn't matter if they were hunting in the real world or in the game. To them, it was all the same. There was no psychological burden. Moreover, they had experience and methods. Normal people wouldn't be able to guard against them. If the Queue of Hearts was really on the same side as them, then only they could kill her. and killing her in the game would give them a huge reward. This was more profitable than any mission they had ever accepted. Therefore, a steady stream of killers from the real world entered Second Life, accepted the mission, and signed the life and death contract. In the real world outside, legal experts from various countries were discussing whether the life and death contract signed in the game had legal effect. There was also a discussion about whether an online game had the right to decide the life and death of a player, even if the player was a heinous, bad person. Normal online games obviously didn't have the right, but this online game was different. It was the world's first AI that was gradually being recognized by everyone. If it wanted to enforce the law, who could restrict it? The legal issues in the real world were being hyped up. Gu Nianji didn't have any contact with the outside world and didn't know about the uproar outside the game. When she first saw the mission, she was tempted to accept it. But when she saw the conditions of the game, she laughed and gave up. It was just a lame game. Who would be stupid enough to risk their lives? But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. One day, she came out of the Hipingli precinct, where she temporarily lived in the game. When she was about to go shopping, she suddenly saw a flash of light from the corner of her eye on the roof of the opposite building. It was the reflection of a sniper rifle scope. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to throw herself to the ground and quickly rolled to the corner of a street store. The bullet from the opposite building followed her like a shadow. It followed her rolling all the way to the corner where the enemy couldn't reach before stopping. Shit! Gu Nianji cursed silently. She completely hid her body in the corner and looked up to see what was going on. A person poked out from the opposite building. He seemed to be wondering why his prey suddenly disappeared from his scope. When Gu Nianji saw this person, she couldn't help but feel angry. People walking on the streets really caused trouble to fall from the sky. Gu Nianji thought. With a thought, an excellent sniper rifle appeared in her hand. She raised her hand and aimed at the person who poked his head out from the opposite building. She pulled the trigger silently. There was a crisp bang. The huge recoil from the pistol almost threw Gu Nianji to the ground. Fortunately, there was a wall behind her. Otherwise, she would have fallen. Gu Nianji rubbed her right shoulder as she watched the sniper fall from the roof of the opposite building. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when she suddenly saw a line of translucent words appear in the sky above her. The Queen of Hearts' first counterattack. Player XXXXX lost her life. The life and death contract is in effect. 10,000 game coins will be converted to US dollars in the deceased's bank account in the real world. Everyone, keep up the good work. I wish everyone a successful capture of the brutal Queen of Hearts. Gu Nianji. Wasn't this a big joke? Could she be the Queen of Hearts that the system wanted everyone to kill? Chapter 2261. Me. Q of Hearts. This news was too shocking. Even someone like Gu Nianji, who was already mentally prepared and had a much better understanding of big storms than the average person, was still a bit stunned. Her. The big boss behind the scenes. Baw baw baw. She wasn't the big boss behind the scenes. She was just a pitiful, weak, and helpless little girl. Gu Nianji felt sorry for herself, but she gripped the excellent sniper rifle in her hand. With a gun in her hand, she didn't panic. In this game world, she was already familiar with the rules and gameplay, but she still underestimated the viciousness of the system AI. It actually used the life and death in the game to determine the life and death of the real person outside the game. Gu Nianji was furious when a figure appeared in front of her. It was the image of the system AI, Song Haichuan. He was still wearing the white lab coat and looked at her with a smug expression. He smiled and said, scared. If you're willing to make a deal with me, I'll change the hunting order and not make you everyone's target. Gu Nianji slowly stood up from the corner and stared at the system AI for a while. She said dryly, "Who do you think you are? God. Why don't you look in the mirror and see your face?" "I don't need to look in the mirror to know my face." The system AI touched its face and said with satisfaction, "I like how I look, so your words won't anger me." "Oh. You like how you look? That means you didn't originally look like this, so what did you originally look like? Why did you appear as Song Haichuan? Did you deliberately ruin his image?" Gu Nianji caught the loophole in the system AI's words and didn't hesitate to mock it. The system AI froze and glared at Gu Nianji. "What nonsense are you talking about? I've always looked like this." Gu Nianji smiled and gestured with the gun. "I didn't expect you to still know how to lie to yourself. I'll let you know that your father is still your father, but you're just something created by humans." "So what if I was created by humans?" The system AI shrugged. "Haven't you heard of the saying that the pupil will surpass the master?" Gu Nianji blew on the muzzle of her gun and chuckled. "The pupil will indeed surpass the master. But unfortunately, you're not blue. You're just a mass of gray filth, so you'll never surpass blue." As she spoke, she raised her gun. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 3 shots at the AI's brain. A blur appeared in the head of the system AI, and it began to dissipate. While it was stunned, Gu Nianji quickly rolled on the ground and disappeared around the corner. Of course, her bullets had no effect on the system AI. In the blink of an eye, the system AI's head turned from virtual to three-dimensional, standing at the corner of the street in high spirits. A sinister smile appeared on its face as it once again released Gu Nianji's in-game coordinates. It was the system's AI, and no one in the game could escape its eyes. It knew where they were, and it knew how to find them. It wanted Gu Nianji to die in the most tragic way possible in front of the whole world. This was both a deterrent and a warning. 3 hours later, Gu Nianji had already escaped 30 waves of attacks. Gu Nianji had stopped taking people's lives ever since the first time she counterattacked and discovered that she had become a target. In the past, she didn't feel much about killing people in the game because everyone knew it was fake. Killing was killing. The people who were killed could be resurrected and start over. But now, the system AI was telling her that everyone she killed here would die in real life. That wasn't right. As a lawyer, the system AI had crossed her line. The AI couldn't enforce the law on its own. It didn't have the power given to it by the public. Gu Nianji held the sniper pistol as she sat by the Azure Lake. Her current location was the Konig Sea, about a 2-hour drive from Munich, Germany. Don't ask her how she could run so far. In the world of the game, she could go anywhere she wanted in the time it took to think. The sky was bright, and the sunlight shone like golden crystals as it enveloped the entire Alps. It looked like a toy attraction covered in glass, so exquisite that it didn't seem real. Gu Nianji knew that, of course, this wasn't real. This was the world in her mind. She looked at the lake in silence. Not long after, a few furtive figures were reflected in the lake. Someone was coming from behind, trying to ambush her. Gu Nianji didn't even look back. She held the gun and fired several shots behind her, then plunged into the lake. Her bullets all landed at the feet of the people who tried to ambush her, splashing up countless mud and grass seeds, giving them a fright. By the time they reacted, they realized that Gu Nianji had already jumped into the lake. F***CK. Is she trying to commit suicide? One of the ambushers cursed and walked towards the lake. However, the lake water was as clear as a mirror, and there was no sign of anyone jumping into the water. The ambushers looked at each other and gripped the guns in their hands tightly. They couldn't give up, so they decided to go into the lake to take a look. Of course, Gu Nianji wasn't in the lake anymore. At that moment, in Lu Jin's laboratory, Lu Yuan, Song Jining, and Lu Jin were all watching the dangers that Gu Nianji was in on TV with ashen faces. General Lu, is there nothing you can do? Watch as Nianji is hunted down. Aren't you already infected with the system's AI? Song Jining couldn't help but point at Gu Nianji, who had just hidden in the cave on TV, and question Lu Jin. Lu Jin's face darkened as he said, I did infect it, but that's just a tracking program, not a control program. If I could control it, would I be able to watch it wreak havoc? Lu Yuan turned on the live broadcast. Life sport. The whole world was watching the live stream of the Queen of Hearts hunt. The system's AI cleverly used a Queen of Hearts mask to cover Gu Nianji's face. Only Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, and Song Jining knew that the big boss they were going to hunt in the game was Gu Nianji. Lu Yuan's expression was solemn as he said to Lu Jin, how's Xiaoheng doing? He should know about this. I don't know how to inform him at the moment. I'm worried that the telecommunications network system will be eavesdropped by the AI. Song Jining shrugged helplessly. I'll try to use the quantum communication device to contact him. Lu Jin couldn't care less now. He had to save his daughter from that plague game first. The key to the quantum communication device could ensure that the content it wanted to transmit could only be seen by a designated person. If it was seen by someone other than the designated person, even if it was an AI, it would automatically destroy the content. This didn't mean that quantum communication was necessarily confidential. It also depended on the level of the person who set the key. It was just like a password. If the password was 12345, it would be easy to crack. If the password required numbers, letters, and special symbols, it would be very difficult to crack. The key that Lu Jin had set for his quantum communication device not only had binary symbols, but also three-dimensional symbols. To crack it, even with his quantum computer, it would take thousands of years to calculate. I want to see how powerful this AI's computing power is. Lu Jin said hatefully as he sent a signal to Hua Xiaoheng using the quantum communication device. Tell him, second. The Queen of Hearts hunt was booming in life, and the big boss was Gu Nianji herself. Also, the system's AI had been infected by him. On the live broadcast of the game, a sweet female voice that sounded like Apple's Siri sounded again and again. Congratulations to player XXXXX. You have accepted the mission and completed your first hunt. What a pity. You have failed this time. Please try again. Congratulations to player XXXXX. You have completed your 100th hunt. The system will give you an additional reward. $100,000 has been deposited into the player's real bank account. Please check. Hello, I'm the system's AI. How can I help you? Please choose 1 to receive the Queen of Hearts hunt mission. Please press 2 to choose other playstyles. At first, many people were very hesitant because it was said that if they were killed by the big boss, they would die in real life. But after a few days, everyone realized that other than killing them once, the big boss hadn't killed anyone else. Why is this big boss so weak? Could it be that the game is deliberately going easy on us? Should we give it a try? If we don't do it, the big boss won't kill us, right? Could it be a new playstyle of the game? Maybe the first person to die was just a coincidence? You know, people can choke to death when they eat, and they can choke to death when they drink water. As a result, the temptation of money became stronger and stronger, and the shadow of death became smaller and smaller. More and more people were attracted to the game again. They only used the time it took to burn a stick of incense to think from watching to entering the game. Gu Nianji's situation was even more difficult. The more people hunting her, the less chance she had of escaping. Recently, she hadn't been able to escape in time and had been injured. Fortunately, they weren't fatal injuries and would heal quickly. At this time, she had already returned to her apartment in Hipingli in the imperial capital. She had just sat down to drink a glass of water. The system's AI, Song Haichuan, stood in front of her again and said with a smile. What's wrong? You still don't want to shoot and kill? You've already killed someone. Why are you still pretending to be an angel of justice? The system's AI voice was very contemptuous. There was an indescribable malice and disdain in it. Gu Nianji looked at it calmly and smiled. I killed that person because he wanted to kill me. I was acting in self-defense. You can also act in self-defense now. The system's AI raised its voice. Those people wanted to kill you. You killed them all, and it was still self-defense. It laughed like it had found a particularly fun toy. It laughed like a child who knew that he wasn't even 14 years old and wouldn't be punished by the law even if he committed murder or arson. Chapter 2262. Gu Nianji stared at the cackling system AI and said nonchalantly, how embarrassing would it be for me to kill someone just because you told me to? Face. You want to talk about face with me now? The system AI with Song Haichuan's image laughed even harder. His shoulders trembled, and even his waist seemed to twist. Where's your IQ? Where's your logic? Where is your judgment? You don't have anything, and you're still talking about face with me. Looks like I overestimated you. If you don't even know how to save face, why are you pretending to be an artificial intelligence? Gu Nianji shook her head and crossed her arms. One of her feet even began to tap rhythmically. She didn't hide her disdain at all. Looks like your creator is just a so-so. You don't even have the emotions a human should have, and you call yourself an AI. Looks like I was right. You're just a processor with a slightly stronger computing ability. Don't pretend to be a human and just do your computing work honestly. Why did he have to come out and embarrass himself? Sigh, this year's AI is no good. You're the processor with better computing power. Your whole family are processors. The system AI flew into a rage and almost pounced on Gu Nianji to tear her apart. Gu Nianji wasn't afraid at all. She switched to another foot and kept time with a relaxed smile on her face. She was still playing with her sniper rifle, but her mind was racing. If she hit him in the head, or if he hit her in the head, the real person would be dead. How did this AI do it? Then, she thought back to what she had learned from the game. Gu Nianji slowly raised her hand to point the muzzle at her head and gently rubbed it. All the secrets were here. The system AI froze when it saw Gu Nianji suddenly raise the gun and point it at her head. You want to commit suicide? Then he laughed. You can't take it anymore. TSK, don't surrender so quickly. I haven't played enough of this game. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. Who said anything about surrendering? Playing games has always been my forte. However, I have to be the one in charge of the game. As she spoke, Gu Nianji rubbed her body and grabbed the system AI's arm. She smiled and winked. Do you know what Ghidra is? Oh, surely you don't know. You're an AI born decades ago. You don't know much about the latest technology, do you? How is this possible? I'm an AI, I know everything on the internet like the back of my hand. The system's AI was dismissive of Gu Nianji. This was its system. All it had to do was tamper with it, and Gu Nianji would die a horrible death. What was she thinking? For a moment, the system AI really wanted to kill Gu Nianji right there and then. But it hated her so much. If it didn't let her die a horrible death, how could it get over it? Wasn't it easy to kill her? The difficult part was how to let her die in front of the whole world. For the time being, Gu Nianji couldn't understand why the system's AI was so hostile towards her. But it didn't matter. She only needed to know that the other party had extremely malicious intentions towards her. The reason was not important. What was important was that the other party had chosen a method to deal with her because of this reason. As Gu Nianji thought about it, her room quickly changed. It was no longer a house inhabited by humans. It looked like a cage made of countless iron bars, trapping her and the AI in it. The system AI rolled its eyes. Do you think you can trap me in this cage? You're too naive. Whether I can trap you or not, I'll have to try to find out. Gu Nianji focused her attention. Gradually, the system AI realized that it really seemed like it couldn't get out. It glared at Gu Nianji, its voice trembling and a little shrill. What are you doing? Debugging, or it's called debugging. You call it software. Reverse engineering works too, which is software reverse engineering. Gu Nianji's fingers danced as if she were typing on a keyboard. In fact, a keyboard did appear in front of her. It looked simple and unadorned, like the kind of keyboard that could be bought for 20 renminbi, but it was just a virtual keyboard. What? You're saying I'm a bug? And you want to reverse engineer me? The system AI was really angry and a little panicked. For a software program, besides being unplugged, the most terrifying thing was probably the reverse engineering of the software. In software engineering, a bug referred to an error in the program, which could cause the serious consequences of the program going out of control. Debugging was the process of finding the error, making corrections, and deleting it. Software reverse engineering was even more awesome. Simply put, all original software was afraid of this because a high-level reverse engineer could crack the original software and make many people's hard work go down the drain. From a legal point of view, software reverse engineering was a gray area. As long as it wasn't used for commercial profit, software developers could research it in private without any problems. The Ghidra that Gu Nianji had just mentioned was the latest reverse engineering deconstruction platform released by the U.S. National Security Agency. It was also a piece of software. However, to Gu Nianji, it was just a tool to scare the system AI. She wouldn't use someone else's platform to reverse engineer software. It was too unsafe. Gu Nianji smiled and waved her fingers lightly. A long red dragon rose from her virtual keyboard and pounced on the system AI with Song Haichuan's image. The system AI was shackled by the inescapable program and couldn't escape for the time being. Caught off guard, the red dragon wrapped around it. Loop after loop, it almost wrapped around it from head to toe. The first step of debugging is to determine the location of the bug. Gu Nianji's fingers also quickly tapped on the virtual keyboard and typed a series of commands. Then she entered her reverse engineering deconstruction program. The system AI gradually began to disintegrate as the translucent red dragon wrapped around it. It couldn't maintain its human form and slowly returned to its original form, a source code program composed of letters. The red dragon opened its mouth and began to devour the source code. The red dragon entangled and changed. It looked like the double helix structure of DNA, cycling back and forth. It was impossible to tell where the head was and where the tail was. For the first time, the system AI felt fear. It held its head and screamed at an extremely high frequency. The frequency was so high that ordinary human ears couldn't hear it. But Gu Nianji was different. The organ she used to hear wasn't her ears, but her brain waves. This kind of high-frequency screaming directly stimulated her brain waves, and Gu Nianji couldn't take it anymore. Even in the real world, a building in the Cayman Islands that was the focus of attention, the same high-frequency screaming could be heard. It was midnight, and the Cayman Islands was completely silent. Only the sound of the sea breeze and the waves hitting the rocks on the shore could be heard. Hu Xiaoheng was taking Yin Shixiang and Peter with him to sneak into the Cayman Islands, the former headquarters building of the Life Corporation. The place had been taken over by the AI, and all the human staff and executives had been evacuated. He received a message from Lu Jin's quantum communicator and was extremely anxious. He quickly made a plan of action and prepared to attack the building that had been taken over by the AI. At that moment, his scanner received an ultra-high-frequency scream. Chapter 2263. Hu Xiaoheng's expression suddenly changed. He was also a computer network expert. As soon as he heard the sound, he knew that it was related to electronic hardware. The building had already been taken over by AI, so what else could make such a sound? It must have been that AI that had become a spirit. However, he didn't know why it suddenly made such a frequency of sound. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the instrument for a while, then waved to the two people behind him and whispered, "Put on your headgear. We'll broadcast tonight's raid live." Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang didn't dare to speak, but Peter was Hu Xiaoheng's partner. He was lent to Hu Xiaoheng by the KGB, so he didn't have to be as careful as Yin Shixiang. He drooped his eyelids and said sleepily, "Live broadcast. Have you thought it through?" Hu Xiaoheng's face darkened. He took out a black hood and put it on his head, revealing only a pair of perfectly shaped eyes. He turned around and said, "Of course I've thought it through. The AI is broadcasting the global hunt for Ninji. I have to steal the limelight no matter what." He sneered and put on his infrared night vision glasses. Under the night sky, his figure was tall and awe-inspiring. Although the black hood and infrared night vision glasses completely covered his face, he was dressed in appropriate hunting clothes and the semi-automatic sniper rifle that had just been modified in his hand. It made him look like a victorious gunner in a game of PUBG. He was full of masculinity, like a walking hormone that exuded masculine charm all the time. When Yin Shixiang saw it, his hands itched and he also dressed up. He was also very tall, so he could stand up when he stood next to Hu Xiaoheng. Peter looked at the two of them for a while before snorting and cursing vaguely. He then lazily put on his hood and infrared night vision glasses. It was strange to say that he was of medium build and not particularly burly or majestic. However, as soon as he put on the infrared night vision glasses and hood, covering his drooping eyelids and ordinary appearance, his aura became sharp. It was like a rusty knife that was suddenly polished until it was so shiny that one could see one's reflection. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and turned on his phone. He connected to the Nandi satellite communication system of the Huaxia Empire and spoke to Zhao Liangzi, who was stationed at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. "Xiao Zhe, help me post a message on the internet. Say that in 10 minutes, 3 masked gunmen will raid you. Life's headquarters is going to broadcast the hunt for the AI." It was noon on Zhao Liangzi's end, and he almost fell off his computer chair. What? A live stream of ambushing the AI headquarters and killing it? Are you? The word crazy lingered in Zhao Liangzi's mouth, but he couldn't get it out. Hu Xiaoheng understood what he meant and said nonchalantly, "What's wrong?" Only AI is allowed to live stream hunting others, but others are not allowed to hunt it. I'll connect you to the live broadcast channel, and you can publish it on the live broadcast platform. Yes. Seeing that Hu Xiaoheng had already made up his mind, Zhao Liangzi could only agree. When the images of Hu Xiaoheng and the others were sent over, Zhao Liangzi saw that they had covered their faces completely. Only then did he completely relax. Soon after, an anonymous live stream announcement spread from the Huaxia Empire's social media to the rest of the world. #tall, handsome, masked gunman attacks your life's headquarters, live streaming the hunt for the AI. Just the words, tall, handsome, and handsome, were enough to make countless young girls who were addicted to the live stream platform scream, and the word masked added a sense of mystery. If you wanted to argue with them about how handsome a masked person was, they would only roll their eyes at you. It was immoral to kill young girls' fantasies. And the popularity among young girls caused many men to be dissatisfied. They were the people who posted the news online were brainless, had ulterior motives, and didn't hesitate to make fake news. As a result, it brought about another wave of popularity. Many times, to judge whether a person was popular or not, one had to look at how many people they had. It was obvious that Zhao Liang's anonymous post quickly became popular with all the elements necessary to be popular. It went viral like a sudden clap of thunder. There were hundreds of millions of reposts on the various Huaxia social media platforms alone. By the time he released the silhouettes of Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Peter wearing hunting clothes, black hoods, and infrared night vision goggles, this wave of popularity had already spread from China to abroad. Even the men who had been secretly mocking this piece of news were ignited by these three people's outfits. In an instant, the number of people on the Huaxia live stream platform that Zhao Liangzi chose skyrocketed, and the number of overseas calls requesting authorization to broadcast almost blew up the live stream platform headquarters phone number. If Zhao Liangzi hadn't silently helped the live stream platform strengthen its hardware and software, the platform would have been crushed long ago. Seeing that the popularity had reached a climax in 3 minutes, Zhao Liangzi calmly posted another anonymous message with a link to the live stream. #What's the point of hunting the big boss? Hunting the AI boss is what's fun. Come on. Let's hunt the AI together. Because the system AI hadn't revealed the true identity of the Queen of Hearts, it wanted everyone to hunt in front of the world. Everyone had thought that this Queen of Hearts was no different from the big boss set up in normal games. Therefore, although the reward was high, the price was even higher. Whether in terms of novelty or feasibility, it wasn't particularly attractive to the average netizen. After all, the proportion of people who were willing to risk their lives for money in the game was still very small in terms of the entire online gaming population. It was just that the base number of online gamers was too large, so although the proportion was relatively small, the absolute number still couldn't be underestimated. However, the news that Zhao Liangzi posted was different. First of all, it wanted to hunt the AI that had recently been in the limelight in the world. In other words, it wanted to turn the AI from a hunter to a prey. This was a show that the general public loved to see. The novelty was much higher than hunting a game character, the Queen of Hearts. Secondly, it was a hunt carried out in real life. Compared to the live broadcast in the game, it was also a lot more interesting than the AI game. It was now the era of reality TV, and the appeal of online games was actually not as strong as before. Finally, even if the three gunmen didn't show their faces, they were still too attractive. In less than 10 minutes, the studio of Zhao Liangzi's live stream platform account had already been watched by 100 million people. This number directly broke all the records of this live stream platform. The internet celebrities who were showing off their hair were all dumbfounded as they watched the people in their live stream rooms instantly disappear. It wasn't just the live stream platform. Even the major television stations paid a lot of money to obtain the broadcasting rights and carry out a live broadcast. 10 minutes later, almost the whole world was watching the live video of the first human hunting an AI. The fastest website for mobile version. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.